for 2022. As we begin the second week of the series, we bring you the second of our Cards Up live streams, the final table of event 34 high, the 2K Sunday warm-up. 9 players remain from a starting field of 283, playing down to a winner, and it is a fantastic lineup at this FT. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies.
Joe, we were meant to bring the people a Clash of the Titans, literally the 5K Titans event. We have done a last-minute switcheroo with good reason. Have you seen who we've got at this final?
Turns out some Titans showed up to play this one as well. Folks like Finton Hand, Sam Grafton, World Series of Poker main event winner Martin Jakobsen. We got some Titans here.
Absolutely. Let's get straight to the action at this 9-handed final table, and it is a progressive knockout format. That means bounties on the line, and we can see that it is Jonathan Proudflop Proudfoot who has the single biggest bounty right now, close to $7,000. That means that Proudflop has already won $12,600 in head prizes. Sam Grafton doing all right for himself, Joe. The Squid has earned $8,600. Finton's earned more than 11 grand in bounties.
Very, very good start, and everybody free rolling at this point. All the money up top.
Yeah, and I guess at this point in time we should highlight the obvious, which is that Finton being a member of the PokerStars stream team, is obviously broadcasting this in near real time. I'm not interested in those of you who want to multi-stream. If you know what's going to happen, don't tell people, oh, this next hand's good, or you're not going to believe what happens next. We will ban you. We will ban you from this channel. This is a spoiler-free zone.
I love banning people, so, you know, even if the letters of whatever you're saying can be arranged to be something that might be a spoiler, I'll ban you.
So
come on, Fenton, you can do it.
Has been folded to Fenton, raising from the small blind with ace queen, and 2-3-4-2, 4-1, 2-3, 4. No, I'll start again. 2-3-4-2. Sorry, 2-3-4-2, 4-1. The player with all the numbers has 3-bet. How is that screen name allowed, by the way? Oh, hello.
You're right. I find it quite offensive.
Something you won't find offensive is the bearded face of this evening's analyst as we welcome Griffin Benja all the way from Canada. How are you doing, Griffin?
Oh, so good. So glad to be here for this Sunday warm-up final table. What a cast of characters we have here.
Absolutely. So, Finton already has a couple of scoop titles. You might remember last year we watched him win his second title on the night that he suffered a power cut right after the winning moment. And of course, he jumped on the stream and talked about his mixed feelings about that win. And here is a hashtag fun fact from StatTrick. Sam Grafton was with us on stream when Finton won his second scoop. And now Sam is one of his combatants at this FT.
It turns out at the end of The Sopranos, when the lights went out, Tony wins a scoop.
Is there some sort of, is there some sort of, that's a really good joke. Is there some sort of side bet on here where like you make, I don't know, you make more money or something if you 3-bet from the big blind with trash? Like, this is a very strange start to the final table. First we had, you know, Finton with the ace queen against a 3-8 offsuit against 2-3-4, 2-4, 1-2-3. Not gonna do the whole thing. And then Graf Teckle, you know, not even a 2.5x raise with the queen off into the queens. So interesting start to this final table. They're here to play, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, 2 hands does not indicate a trend per se, but we now have a call from the big blind. It is Jonathan Proudflop, and even though King-Queen is still ahead, it's practically a flip because Proudflop does have the flush draw to go with top pair here.
I'd be proud of this flop.
Now, Griffin, this is the sort of hand where I think a lot of us, when we brick the flush draw, are going to lose a huge pot here or brick the straight draw now. But what I've noticed from these really good players is that doesn't happen as much.
Yeah, you know, it's a situation where, you know, if Proudflop were to get all the chips in here on this flop, you know, you're comfortably getting in close to 30 big blinds here. You got top pair, you got a flush draw, but you have the board so crushed that it almost doesn't really make it an incentive to check raise and get it in. But it's interesting to see Zizon checking back here, and it's going to create a situation where, you know, we won't see all the chips go in, I don't think.
There we go, heart on the river, giving Proudflop the flush. Jonathan Proudfoot is a player who came second in a 5K high roller in the 2018 scoop.
Proudflop's going to think Kazan has a lot of, you know, pocket jacks, pocket tens here. You know, hard really for Kazan to have a 9. I think something like ace-9 would have continuation bet on the flop, so way more likely that this is a checked back, you know, sort of 10s through queens, maybe a king sometimes. So quite a small bet here on the river because Proudflop is targeting those hands that, you know, might not call a really, really big bet there.
Yeah.
So nice hand from Proudflop.
Got him.
Yeah, and gets paid on the river. So we've got Peppa Pig opening with pocket 5s here, and we can see that Martin Jakobsen is waiting in the big blind with queens. Hold on a second. Finton, who comes into this final table as chip leader, has just 3-bet with king-queen off.
I mean,
Yeah, I
this
think
is a
this is
great
pretty.
hand to 3-bet
Yeah.
into queens because you're blocking one of the set outs and you have an overcard.
Yeah, I mean, it's important not to be results oriented about the hand that Martin Jakobsen has, and more about the kind of position it would put Peppa Pig in a post flop confrontation. But of course, with Jakobsen opening, finding queens in the big, I think we're going to hear from him right now.
Yes, and I think we can expect a sizable 4-bet to be coming in the direction of Peppa Pig and easy with aces. Martin playing from the UK, but obviously we know he is of Swedish origin. 17 million in live earnings, 10 million of that coming from his win in the World Series main event back in 2014. Interestingly, he satellited into this event for $215, so he's our qualifier.
Ever the grinder. You love to hear it.
Deserves a shot, this kid, finally.
So, I mentioned at the start that this event had 283 entries. That's 197 unique players and 86 re-entries. But shout out to Tom, one of our Twitch mods, for observing that all the 9 players who've made this final table are in for a single entry. No one remaining in on a second or more bullet.
They all agreed not to.
So
all right, Fenton, calm down.
With 6s. That is, strictly speaking, the best hand right now, Joe. Called by Martin with Queen 9.
Probably just trying to get chips before his internet falls out.
And
Well, I think we're going to see a 4-way end here, which is nice. Pretty rare.
yeah. Canadian player Amino last.
KZZON.
Flatting with Ajax. The K-Zone. What kind of music would the K-Zone play?
I think it would be adult contemporary, like Smooth,
Yeah.
Kenny G, Luther Vandross. You've entered the K-Zone.
Soft AC rather than hot AC, for sure.
And an avatar to match the persona.
That does
Right,
not look
yeah.
like a DJ who'd be playing soft AC music on a California radio station. Okay, we get the king on the turn. That card very much in the K-Zone.
Bit of a difficult card for K-Zone to bet, even though, they're going to think they have the best hand here. An okay amount of the time, but this really smashes the range of a lot of these, opens and flats pre-flop, and obviously they're going to have better kings in that case. Certainly the small blind can have something like Queen 10 as well, overcalling there, so doesn't want to put any more money in the pot, but may now come for a little value and maybe hope to get a hand like Ace-Jack to call, but also might just, not want to risk it and be happy with that 450 you can potentially win at Showdown, and then maybe pick off a bluff by a hand, say like pocket sixes, which is easy with aces, might want to try to bluff, not expecting to win.
Oh yes, doesn't Finton have that whole addicted to bluffing thing?
I kind of feel like from 1993 to like 2003, this hand goes through this many checks, right? Like almost check down. And then from like 2003 to 2015, this hand, it would be like betting and re-raising on this river, like everyone just like bluffing, trying to bluff their way out of it. And now we're back again to like very cautious checking, showdown value.
Bit of a loose call there, I think, from Martin, but I think it also speaks to how good of a bet size it was from Kazan. Just such a good price for Martin to get curious. But we saw even Amino, certainly would have called for 1/4 pot there, but instead Martin was the customer.
Yeah, so Amino last mentioned this is a Canadian player, $1.3 million in PokerStars winnings, and did have a 5th place finish in a Titans event last year for 72.5 grand. Well, Jack's good here for Martin, and Sam folds the flop.
Martin,
So
Jack Simpson.
yeah, and Martin has worked his way into 2nd place, by the way. We started this final table with the red spades in 1st and 2nd, Finton with the chip lead, Sam Grafton in 2nd place. Sam's just dropped down into 3rd place, but still has a very healthy 3.3 million. But also, Griffin, can't understate how sizable an advantage Finton has right now over the rest of the field.
Yeah, very significant chip lead, and it's clear that Finton's coming out firing right away. With the few hands we have seen, definitely ready to get involved. And I think it's a strategy you need to have. I think it'd be easy to be a bit intimidated. We all know, Finton's a very accomplished player, but, some of the player names on this table have been around longer and won significantly more money than him. So I think,
Yep.
in order to hang with them, you need to use your edge and really be willing to, take that king, queen, and 3-bet, blast in that ace, queen for 40+ bigs. So I think Finton's ready to do that.
Well, we've got Graf Tekel, Jan Zarenz flopping best here, bets the flop with top pair, top kicker, and gets 2 folds. Blind still 25.50 and will be for another 3 minutes. We are playing 30-minute blind levels at this final table.
Cool.
And it has been folded round to Sam after Graf Tekel opened in early position with King Queen offsuit. Peppa Pig in the small blind with aces. Sam flatting on the button with King 5 of strawberries.
Certainly on the loose side, but Sam's done a lot of work on spots like these, and this is probably the bottom of what he's prepared to call, but a hand that he is willing to see a flop with on the button. And with Peppa in the small blind with the aces, gonna end that real.
And we've got Proud Flop opening here with the Snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Nom nom.
And flopping
How's it
top
with the top?
set.
Topset.net.
What I find most impressive about Sam's re-raise there is the snap fold to the re-raise or the call, whatever it is. Like, professional poker players, I know this is obvious, but, like, none of you are ever just like, well, I could hit 2 hearts. Like, I'm suited. Like, let's just see a flop. Like, everyone's just like, no, I'm folding now. No one ever tries to get lucky.
Yeah. Yeah. I also think there's a certain respect amongst players that play at this level too, where it's just like, I'm not going to waste everyone's time. Like, I wasn't, I'm not going to be calling a 3-bet in this spot. So let's just move on to the next hand. Graf Tekel, very interesting potential opportunity, I think, to just call here. The temptation's always going to be to, re-raise, and it's easy to stay in the booth here. You should flat because your opponent has ace-9, but I think knowing how wide Sam is willing to play, I think it makes for a very tricky spot to maybe just call there and get some more chips in on the flop.
Well, we
But
get
of course, some
Peppa
ICM
Pig
considerations.
opening here with King 10. Yeah, of course, everyone's locked up just over 6 grand, and this does not include head prizes, bounties forming half of the total prize pool in this event. 6K for 9th, and then a jump in prize money of more than $1,000 if you can ladder up into 8th place. And yes, 1st and 2nd pay the same because the last bounty they will play for, heads up, will be huge.
Going to be a very tough river, I think, here for Finton.
Yeah.
With this check call line, Peppa, is really repping ace highs and king highs. So it's going to be able to very credibly bluff this river. And, Finton's going to have to kind of flip a coin in his head. Do I think Peppa has the king 10, king queen, king jack here? Or, all the ace X combos, which comprise, more combinations. Finton.
Gets away from it. And here we go. We start the 30-minute blind levels. Now we are 9-handed. 35,000, 70,000 the blinds. So Sam officially has one scoop title, which he won back in 2017. It was in a 1K NLO8 event. But in 2016, the year before that, he did win a €300 turbo in the French version of Scoop. So it doesn't count, but he kind of has another Scoopish title to his name.
Is the
Now,
French version
when you
of Scoop called Les Scoop, or is it called Royale Scoop?
Rather
Actually, it's called
boringly, I think it's just called Scoop Southern Europe because it's basically the French, Spanish,
I see.
Portuguese version. Stat Trick let me know that Sam is multi-tabling tonight because he also made day 2 of the Sunday Million Special Edition, which is the medium version of Event 35, the $530 buy-in Sunday Million, which we will be streaming tomorrow. They played down to the FT today. Final 9 played down to a winner tomorrow, so that will be our broadcast on Tuesday.
So we could have Sam on back-to-back days.
Potentially.
Week of Sam. Summer of Sam? Spring of Sam.
Maybe not Summer of Sam.
Maybe not Summer of Sam, yeah. Because
Yeah.
now
Number
blind
one.
have gone up.
Number 1, inaccurate, Griffin. Number 2, inappropriate. So there you go. That's why we'll stick with spring. Pretty good flop for Kazan. Top pair in the spade draw.
I like this from chat. Squid Week.
I was going to say that Sam's at this final table, could potentially make the final table of the Sunday Million. I imagine Sam will be firing 25k in the super high roller that starts tomorrow, and if he makes the final table of that one, we'll see him on stream on Wednesday as well.
Important Sam doesn't get out of line here. Not really a leg to stand on.
He'll be fine.
Catches a small
Even
piece
with this
on the
9.
river. A pair of 9s, but was drawing dead on the turn when Kazan made their flush.
I think it's actually a good card for Sam to not put any more chips in this pot because it completes. Oh, that's a pretty smart bet, actually, because, you know, it could just be like a deuce.
Oh, good
Yes!
fold, Sam. Good fold. Sam Grafton not fooled by the tickler that we just saw there. As Peppa Pig opens with 7s. Blind's actually 30-60. The next level is 35-70.
I never seen Sam pick up a bar tab he didn't have to, and right there, it doesn't pay off even a one big blind bet he didn't have to.
Ace-Jack versus 7s going to the flop, and 7s still ahead. And look at that. Finton wielding that big stack. Still playing just over 8.5 million. Round to the button. Kazan with 4s. What's Kazan's story? Playing from Sweden, 3 million in PokerStars earnings, and has a second place finish in a scoop. Back in 2020, there was a second chance main event, which was a 5k buy-in, and was the runner-up in that for more than $300,000.
I like the shadowy figure for the person whose name we don't know, also. Appropriate. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Very loose
Well,
peel here
between
from the
them-
big blind from Peppa Pig, but I think this is a format-specific defend. You know, sort of this like, let's call any two from the button open here, try to flop something and maybe get that bounty. I don't think we're seeing a lot of 7-deuce calls, and actually going to be a very difficult spot here on the river for Kazan Kazan's hand
Oh.
looks a lot like, you know, something like what he has or an ace high, and has to deduce here whether or not Peppa Pig would be value betting. Certainly would probably be value betting an 8, but would Peppa be value betting a 6? Could Kazan, you know, shove here representing a river king if he thinks his hand's no good and doesn't want to get value bet that thin? You know, even a 5 is beating the pocket 4s.
I mean, would you shove here if you had a king?
Oh, makes the call.
I'm thinking, I'm not sure. But you certainly would feel like your hand is pretty good at that stage.
I would be a little bit concerned about shoving into the big blind on that
Particular
board
texture, yeah.
hitting. Yeah. Yeah, texture. That's the word I was looking for. That's the ticket. I was going to say all those numbers.
Queen
great.
9 versus 10-9, and the gut shot for Peppa Pig. Queen high still ahead. Bet and a call, and Vinton now a 4-1 favourite.
But based on the situation, it doesn't really feel like it does it. You know,
4, 5, 6.
but does check the river there. On the, yeah, Joe's doing it. Joe, what do we have here?
Straight on board.
Absolutely. So let's see if this hand gets to showdown. Or is Vinton going to ruin the fun with a bet?
Just getting my vocal cords ready here, just in case.
I hope
Drink
he
some
does-
water.
Oh, nice.
Oh, never
Oh.
mind.
And Vinton, you cheeky lad.
Ah, got him.
Now up over 9 million, increases his chip lead at this 9-handed final table. As we see Sam open with ace-5, Peppa Pig flats with 9-7 of clubs on the button. Go on, Vinton, punish them.
Yeah, this is could be a really fun, cheeky little spot here. We've talked about how wide Sam's willing to open. This doesn't look like a particularly strong flat from Pig. Nice hand. Really impressed so far with how Vinton's playing.
Certainly
It's just
knows how to
goes
use
to show you that-
big stack.
Yeah, when you have a stack that big, like, you can be like, an average to below average player and look really good. Just kidding, Fenton.
Well, Vinton flatting here on the button with 6s after Martin Jakobsen.
Joe, why
opened
did you just
with
message me
10s.
on Skype and say, I'm not joking? Oh,
And it is a set for Martin. And I can't see Vinton losing too much on this board.
no, nothing for. There's no reason for Vinton to decide to attack this board. So many check calls in Martin's range here. Oh.
Okay,
And
maybe
you
this time,
know
guys.
what?
Maybe this time.
Maybe.
He could do it again.
You know, James, Joe, everyone said the only reason we did it so well in Barcelona was because we were in the same place. I want to prove them wrong. I want to say it's the years of training.
Okay, this is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop
Everyone
pot.
loves a chop pot.
Go to
We're
break.
moving on. We're moving
Go to
on.
break.
We will be back to the action inside of 5 minutes, but we are going to use this break to get an update on what's been happening in the Spring Championship of Online Poker, bearing in mind that there have been 4 full days of tournaments since we last streamed. We were last here on Wednesday of last week. Now, luckily, our man from the PokerStars blog has been all across it. He knows everything. I am, of course, talking about our Scoop correspondent. He's got the looks, he's got the brains, he's Howard Swains. And Howard, let's start with the headline stats. Impress me with some numbers.
Okay, here we go. Well, we've had 96 tournaments completed, more than 362,000 entries. There's 23 million in prize money so far, and 3.5 million of that has gone to winners. I feel I always need to say it, but that does not include ongoing events. So all these big Sundays that you're watching now, that's not included. This is just completed events.
All right, well, consider me impressed. Look, I know the theme of the day is doubles, because we've got some 2-time Scoop 2022 champions to talk about.
We have, yeah. It's always hard to predict when the first double champion's going to come, but once one comes, you tend to get a few, and we've got 2 already. So Ami Bara was the first one. He plays as me. He won a 109 6+ event, and then he won a 1K7 Max Hyper. He was also second in last Sunday's warm-up, so and they were his 3rd and 4th Scoop titles. So he's on a great run. And then last night we had this guy Gabriel Baleiro, aka Pinguino. He's from Brazil. He won his 2nd too. He won a 1K6 Max PKO and an $11 Saturday knockout. I think it's worth highlighting there that he won a high designation and a low designation, and that second tournament had 20,000 entries. So he's playing excellently this series so far.
Okay, first of all, Pinguino sounds adorable. And speaking of adorable, am I reading this correctly? Pie Face made 2 final tables?
Yes, you are. Yeah, you're reading that correctly.
Mason Pie?
Yeah, the
streamer?
Yeah, so he made the final in both the medium and the high stud tournaments that are running at the same time. He was streaming them, of course. He ended up 4th in one of them and 2nd in the other. And in the one that he came 2nd, he lost to a friend of his, a guy we know a lot about, Tobias Leknes.
Well, we actually just locked up Tobias to be the guest on our podcast this week, but isn't he the guy that was like goofing last week that he never wins anything?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of pretty tongue-in-cheek because Tobias has won 3 Scoop titles and 6 WCOOP titles before this, but he just happened to finish runner-up twice in 2 events, and that meant that he finished runner-up 10 times. So he was moaning on a little bit, but he finally got his win. He beat Pi. Can I point out another quick couple of winners as well? Chris Oliver won his 2nd, and Christopher Frank won his 3rd. And poor old Spraggy, he made the final table of a 109 deep stacks, and he lost to Ace King into aces.
We've all seen the video, Howard. It wasn't pretty. Okay, leaderboards. And let's talk about the country's leaderboard. What's Brazil up to now? 36?
Yeah, well, they are running away with it. They've got 20 titles. The UK are a distant 2nd with 9. It's just a matter of how many for Brazil. They're not going to be caught. They're going to win this, but they've got 20 at the moment.
And what about player of the series?
We've got this Andrei Skorsov. He plays as pre-move. He's a winner and a runner-up so far. He's got 700 points. He's playing from Kazakhstan these days.
Kazakhstan, the country?
Yes, Kazakhstan, the country. And one of our double scoop winners, Pinguino, he sits in 2nd place on the overall leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Howard, still relatively early days. I know that leaderboard is going to change over the course of the series. We'll get regular updates on that, and of course, we will catch up with you tomorrow. But for now, thank you very much.
Speak to you soon. Cheers. Bye.
Our thanks to Howard Swains as we return to the final table of event 34 high. This is the Sunday warm-up. It is an 8 max progressive KO. 283 total entries, 9 players remaining, and cards in the air as we come back from break, which means we let Joe Stapleton go on break, bring Griffin Benja back into the mix. Griffin, so far, do you like what you've seen?
Yeah, I've been, as I mentioned, I've been really happy with the way that Easy with Aces, our very own Finton Hand, has been playing on this final table. Going to get into a little hot water here, but going very, very small with the c-bet here. So may lose the minimum unless he acquires some bet turn card sort of equity. Maybe a club might see him continue. But yeah, it's a very impressive final table, which is exactly, I think, what we should expect from a 2K Sunday warm-up.
So Jonathan Proudfoot still ahead here. In fact, has a lock on it with the nines. No card Finton can hit, but this boy does not need the cards. He is ATB, addicted to bluffing, and that's what he's doing right now.
I think it's difficult for Finton, not to, by sizing down so much on the flop, you open up Proudflop's range so much with the continues that include hands like, even Queen Jack, Jack 10. Forget about the river for a second, but those kind of hands would be folding on the turn, and that's really what Easy with Aces is targeting. And some weak ace highs are going to fold on the turn as well. So now Finton is sitting there thinking, okay, well, if Proudflop does have a hand like ace high and is getting stubborn, I can probably get a fold on this Jack River, and that's where we see the just over half pot size bet. And, it might end up working, but very good chance Proudflop just sniffs it out, I think.
Thinking about it, using that time bank.
Has to effectively put Finton on a complete cold bluff here.
It is a complete bluff. Makes the call! And that is a decent pot that Proudflop just took off Easy with Aces. Finton dropping down to 8.6. Still has, though, that dominant chip lead. 5 million ahead of anyone else. Martin Jakobsen officially second right now with 3.6 million. No eliminations yet.
Now with a little confidence after that call, we don't see a call in the small blind from Proudflop. Right on the line there, I think if Sam Squid had that hand, we might see a call, but
yeah,
I like
Sam
this comment from Big Deal O'Neill. His avatar is him currently figuring out Finton's line.
I mean, I remember last year when Jonathan Proudfoot, I think, won a WCOOP title, and we spoke to Jonathan, we had him on the podcast, and I did say, I abhor that avatar. I believe it's a creature from Doctor Who, but I absolutely hate it. It makes me feel quite unpleasant inside.
Maybe that's the objective. Getting a fortuitous flop here against the hand of Amino last. Not much for Amino to work with. Going to recognize ace high is good sometimes, but without a club on the board and, so much potential to be barreled off, I think makes the correct fold.
We've got two players with ace-king here, Griffin, and one of them is the shortest stack at this final table, Jan Zarenz, Graph Teckle, who starts the hand with 1.3 million, just over 20 big blinds.
Completely unrelated to this hand, James. When we did that song, before the break there, did you find I came in too late, too early? Just for future reference if we ever have to sing
Griffin,
it again.
I have absolutely no idea. I do not hear what the audience hears, so I've got no idea whether it was synced or not.
See, I always listen to the Twitch stream right seconds later because I'm so vain. I want to know.
Right.
I think I maybe was a bit late. Maybe
the audience is
chat
telling you were late. Well, they're saying you were late. Not that I would trust anything anyone ever says, but
yeah.
Let's see what happens this time.
To sing the song
well, first of all, Barry Greenstein. Secondly, that was a chop pot, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
I was early. I jumped the gun. I got nervous. I'm listening right now. One sec, I'll let you know. I was still late. Okay. All right. I'm learning.
Always learning, Griffin. We're always learning. Everything we do in life, we're always learning.
Probably
Sam's
going to
got
see a
the
three-way
snowmans.
flop here.
Num num num
Yeah,
num.
num num.
And 8 still good on a king 5-5 board.
Could see a continue here from Proud Flop. You have, those 3 clubs, but a lot of king X's are flatting on the button here. Could be, some decently strong holdings. So I think that's a wise check. Sam's got to feel pretty decent about his particular hand here, but there are certainly some hands that would be checked on this flop. Even Proud Flop could have, something like King 10 and be checking. So not worth, I don't think, Sam to be betting here for protection, because you could just be blasting money into, 2 nines or something that would be checking this flop, and then those trapping kings. But as long as Sam can dodge an ace or a queen on the river, I think he's going to find a win here. And I think we'll be very happy with that result given this river, as long as there's no betting.
Yeah.
The jack is going to hit a lot of the range here, but we do see the bluff from Proud Flop trying to represent, listen, I river to jack, get out of here, ace queen, get out of here, hands like pocket eights. And it's quite an intelligent little bet, because you don't lose much when, the button has something like ace jack, and you really do fold out hands like eights, even giving it such an amazing price. So really intelligent bluff there.
Got Sir Fred asking, do we know who Proud Flop is? Good player. We do. Jonathan Proudfoot, UK player with a background in Turbo Sit and Goes. And we did mention a few minutes ago that he was a guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast, I think in September of last year. So if you want to know a little bit more about Proud Flop, you can check out that episode. It was one of our W Coop specials. Pair of 5's good for Peppa Pig.
It would be a juicy turn card? A 10.
Diamond.
That's also pretty juicy. Yeah.
And an inconsequential Barry Greenstein.
Well, actually, I think a little more consequential for how the rest of this hand's going to play out, because a great opportunity. Proud Flop really with the bottom of his range here can pretty credibly rep an ace. A hand like ace jack certainly within the range. All those other aces, ace 8 of clubs, and you can get a 5 to fold. So nice river, nice result, nice bluff.
Just realised, Griffin, Peppa Pig 88 is a player who we haven't talked about yet. Playing from Malta, mid-stakes player, doesn't normally play at this level, satellited into the event for $109. Best result to date was in the $530 Daily Supersonic earlier this year, a second place finish for $3,900. Biggest buy-in they played before this event was a 1K, so playing in the biggest event of their online career, and is at the final table in the top 9, guaranteed at least 6K plus bounties.
It's great to hear stories like that. This isn't an easy tournament to play. There's only 300 some odd runners, some of the best players in the world. So it's nice to see someone that maybe isn't used to playing nearly this high and finds himself at this final table. Always a good story.
Okay, so in the big blind is 234241234214432, playing from Ukraine. And a 3-bet with ace 8.
And we can see, of course, this hand is weaker than the one that's raising, but based on the situation, wow, reads it well is Proud Flop.
Strong
Very
lead.
aware of his image. Yeah, I mean, that's not an easy thing to do, to 4-bet shove. Ace Jack after opening an early position against a big blind 3-bet. That was very, very impressive work from Jonathan Proudfoot.
And look at this, Peppa Pig just flatting with the kings here after Proud Flop opened with King 10 of hearts. We've got a Queen 9 deuce flop. C-bet of 210K.
Yeah, this shows a very particular, Mitchie, I think, from Peppa Pig. We just spoke about how this is kind of, maybe the one player on the table that isn't used to playing this big and for this amount of money, and finding a flat here against a very player with pocket kings, where I think otherwise, the blood's pumping. You're like, okay, let's get someone raising an early position. Let's 3-bet. Let's get it in against tens, jacks. But instead, just calls and impressive stuff. Getting max value, I think, here.
And Peppa Pig up to 1.8 million. Average stack 3.1 million. So around 50 big blinds with 9 players remaining in this progressive knockout event. So Sam started the day second in chips, has dropped down to 4th place. Now playing 2.4 million. Finton has held on to the chip lead. Still playing 8.8. Clearly Proud Flop has closed the gap a little bit, but still a sizable gap between first and second right now. And Finton with ace-10 opens to 120k. Moin Show asking you, Griffin, if you're going to Vegas this year.
That is the plan. I told myself I was never going to miss a World Series main after final tabling back in 2017? 2017.
16,
so I will.
2016.
16? Oh, wow.
How do you not know the year that you made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event? You had to relocate to London for a few months. How is that not etched into your brain?
Yeah, you're right. It was 2016. So yeah, I think I'll go down for a couple weeks, maybe play a couple side events. But mostly there just to play that Maino.
As bad as Stapleton. Ace-8 and Finton's opening again. And Sam with Queen Jack of clubs in the big blind defends. Neither player connects in any meaningful way.
But a board that does favor the range of the big blinds. Sam is a real tough out. It's really hard to get out of pots. If Sam thinks he can win, calling with a good price or check raising because the range, hits him more. And you have
Sam turning top pair now, Griffin.
Mm-hmm. And I think Sam. Ooh.
I was about to say, just before the jack hit the turn, I was going to draw attention to the fact that I think Sam's had a pretty horrible run of cards at this final table. And just when I thought fortune was turning in his favor, this happens.
And it's going to be really tough for Sam to fold because this is the card that I think needs to be a near automatic bluff from Finton hand so you don't lose to a 6x. And Sam is really high up in his with that turn jack, so has to really break it down. And I think the problem in calling is that Sam might think that Finton would be betting more of the bottom of his range on the turn. So pure bluffs probably find a bet. If it's something like 10-9 suited, might, fire again. But ace highs, would often check back. So, and that's just a great fold from Sam Grafton.
Thought it through, made the correct laydown. So Griffin, I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, this is only our second Cards Up live stream from Scoop 2022. We started last Wednesday. We had a 10K Super Tuesday High Roller event. Final table done. inside of 2 hours. Played down from 9 to a winner, and we could go and have dinner. I don't think that's going to happen tonight. This one's clearly going to go the distance.
Yeah, that definitely feels like the vibe.
Okay, flush draw for Sam.
And might play this particular board as a check raise. You're going to fold out so many of those better hands that we're just c-betting if ace-10 does find a c-bet here. And then you can just play for stacks and that $2,000 bounty. And this is why Sam will call with a hand like this from the small blind, because, you know, it gives you options. You can see even an inducey check raise.
Amino last, who is not quite in last place right now. But is one of the shortest stacks at the final table. Raising with ace-queen. And it's round to Finton in the big blind, who has a dominated queen, king-queen.
Finton, I think, deciding between calling and shoving here. I think there's certainly an argument for both. Does go with the shove. And it's going to be trouble. I think this is sort of the bottom of the range you need to call with.
Yeah, and this domination situation does see Amino last double up through Finton hand. Sam, if you played the 9-8, you would have had two pair. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Martin Jakobsen, ace-king. Kazan with ace-queen.
35 big blinds. Not a super profitable 3-bet call-off here, so I think Kazan's going to find a call a lot of the time here, and if he does find a 3-bet, they do find a 3-bet, might, you know, have to consider letting it go against a shove.
Has re-raised to 390k. Action back on Martin Jakobsen. Who does shove on Kazan, who's forced to fold the ace-queen. Martin hovering around the 4 million mark. And that means he currently sits in third place on the leaderboard behind Proudflop and Finton hand. Despite doubling up Amino last, Finton still has the chip lead, 7.7 million. Facing a racer on the button with Queen 10 of clubs. Peppa Pig is opened with ace-jack. And Finton flats. Picks up the flush draw on the turn after it goes check, check on the flop.
Might be a reason to start betting, but all the same, it's going to be tough to fold out an ace high on this turn, so Finton's going to have to prepared to bet really sort of big on two streets, which I think, you know, might not be in flow with the way this final table has turned on him a tiny bit. You know, losing that 3-barrel bluff spot and the all-in with the king-queen. And now you're sitting there with just queen high. Taking some pause. Is there a way I can win this hand? Probably not.
Just checks it back. Surrenders the pot. And blinds up in 2 minutes' time. It's a very gradual increase, though, going from 30.60 to 35.70.
So I know it is early in the final table, James, but there is a sort of vibe of no busting. At what point can we start making reference to the EPT Barcelona final table? Let's say in 2 hours from now?
Monte Carlo, first of all.
Monte Carlo, sorry,
first of all,
yeah.
Can't remember what year you made the final table of the main event. Secondly, can't remember which country/city you were in like a week and a half ago. Oh, Griffin.
What are you guys going to do with me?
No, you are not allowed to make any comparison until we have reached at least like 9 o'clock in the evening. So you've got another like 2 hours to go.
Okay,
But the
I'll take
reality
that.
is,
I will take that.
the reality is, with 30-minute blind levels, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think eventually we will start to see the eliminations. And Peppa Pig thinking about getting involved with 8-5 offsuit, possibly distracted by something on TV, responding to a
Went to
text
get a
message,
drink.
looking at the takeaway menu. Artisanal sourdough.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal.
And our friend with all the numbers from Ukraine opens to 120,000. Queen Jack suited for proud flop in the small blind.
You know, might just play this as a 3-bet call. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, with this bounty structure, 42.50 for the bounty. You know, if you're going to get a lot of folds from hands like that, let's just 3-bet and get it in for the 20 bigs, and that's what we saw Jonathan Proudfoot do.
Well, blinds have just gone up. We are now at the 35.70 level. We've got kings under the gun. We've got Peppa Pig with sevens. We've got Graph Teckle with the snowmans.
Num 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 num.
Yeah, I think in this particular situation, it would be wise to find folds. I'm not just speaking to the actual hand that we see Kazan have, but, you know, 26 big blinds-ish under the gun open. You know, you're sitting there with 30 under the gun plus 2. You got to let go 7s and 8s. You can see the pause 'cause it's closer.
Wow.
But recognizing that, you know, this hand is a bit of a trap here. You don't want to get into the guessing game against an under-the-gun range with a hand like 8s. This short stacked, very, very smart fold, I think, needs to be said. Not everyone would fold there. And now with the blinds up, perhaps an opportunity with 15 bigs to just shove the ace-queen suited, but it does come in as a raise from 2, 3, 4, a bunch of other numbers. Will be interesting to see how Mr. Calzone in the big blind here reacts. Could play this as a shove as the covering stack and, you know, be privy to a pretty nice bounty if you win the all-in.
I love the fact that in the course of a single evening, this player has gone from being a soft AC California radio station to being a folded over pizza. Horrible flop for 3s and a fold to the bet. Next hand.
Switching hands.
And Amino last on the button with ace deuce. Opens to 147k.
Sam Squid is about to be annoyed. Because on 25 bigs, I think this is going to play as a shove a lot from the small blind, and then Sam's going to be sitting there with that king-queen being like, bruv, you kidding me?
All in from 5s.
Could just see Sam just go for it because this is so often a small pocket pair and you have that big bounty to go after. I mean, probably
Yeah,
not.
I mean,
But that's where the pause comes from, you know? It's like,
over
if I'm 50%
$4,000.
here, yeah. King Queen suited, I reckon Sam would go for this. Ace Queen, not even a hesitation. Ace Jack would go for it. So, you know, King Queen is just, it is really right on the line and does go for it.
Yeah. 2 overs against the pocket pair. It is a race. Sam does not hit either of his overs. Kazan doubles up to 3.8 million. And Sam Grafton is now in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
As we see King Queen suited open to 140k. We've got pocket jacks for proud flop.
You know, Sam's obviously disappointed to have lost that flip, but I can guarantee you feels very validated by the hand that Cazone had.
Yeah.
And is going to feel good about his decision, and that's really ultimately all you can do. That
100%
bounty
made the
yeah,
correct decision.
as John Delano remarked, the bounty is 2/3 the 9th place payment. I haven't run the numbers, but I know Delano does not mess around.
Well, I mean, I'm not great at mathematics, but even I can see that 4,250 is more than 2/3 of $6,079, which is what 9th place pays.
Oh, it's on the screen right there. Look at that.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, yeah.
Griffin, if you were just a casual observer on Twitch or YouTube,
Yeah.
you'd be the kind of guy asking, what's the buy-in? How many players are left?
Okay, so listen, now that I am looking at the payout, James, why is
Yes.
first and second place the same amount?
Oh, I wish there was some way I could slap you.
I love W Cube
And Scoop.
and Scoop.
Okay, it's Martin's
messing
turn
with
to
that.
pick up the snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
And you can see how this situation, although it has shades of similarity to the one where we saw Cazone had kings under the gun and Graftekel with eights. This is, sort of licensed to flat because you have more chips here. You're not going to get necessarily married to a board that can, really affect your tournament life. So I think this flat is fine for Martin. And we can see, Graftekel's not just raising pocket kings.
Yeah.
Going to be curious to see. The problem now is that I think we haven't heard from the last of Finton hand. This is a great spot for a squeeze. Certainly Martin's going to have some traps here, but not that super often. So you're really just trying to get in those 20 blinds against Graftekel and see what happens against Martin.
Oh, 770,000 gets the fold from A7.
Oh, it's Jakobsen backwards. The name.
Is this a bit? Is this a bit, or you literally only just spotted that? I can't tell anymore. You've had so many Griffin moments today. It's impossible for me to get a read on whether that's genuine confusion or you trying to be funny.
But now everyone at home sees it, either way.
Ah, what a night. We got Grafton at the final table. We got Griffin in the booth. It's Griff Graf. So nice aggression from Finton. Gets his stack back up to around 8 million. We've got an all-in here and a double up for 234.
Yeah, kind of a poker on the streets move from 234 with the classic stop and go. We don't see enough stop and goes anymore, James. But just calls pre-flop with the 5-6 off, flops a little equity, says let's go for it, and doubles up to 20 big blinds. So a nice little takedown there for Number Man. That's his superhero name.
Well, Ace-King opened, flattered by 9s, flattered by 3s, Ace-9 suited for Graftekel. And we go 4-weight to the flop, and it's a set of 3s for Finton hand.
Ooh, and tap for Proud Flop. This could be a pretty significant win here for Finton. And I actually don't know if it's in Finton's best interest to squeeze here. You really have to run into the... Yeah, I like this overcall here. You still stay kind of disguised. If you come out firing here with 600,000, Proud Flop's probably going to call, but it's really going to... Alarm bells are going to be off. So this is a nice... You're not really scared of a lot of turn cards here. There's no flush draw. So Finton very wisely, I think, just calling here. And now gets to start betting. And when you're targeting ranges like strong kings, you got to ask yourself, what should I bet here? If I bet, 800K, alarm bells are going to go off. If I bet something like 445, it's going to look like, I'm value betting king queen.
Yeah.
So I really like this size from Finton. I think this is really, really good.
Near enough 2.2 million in the middle.
I think it's important for Finton not to get too greedy here. I think you might want to continue telling the story that you're trying to get value from a hand like King Queen. There's no real way to polarize your range because you're not really supposed to have any bluffs here. Why are you overcalling on this flop after Peppa Pig calls with, a bluff range? What would you be calling with? So, even that stiff a bet, I think, is very, very strong. It's yeah, and you see the quick fold from Proud Flop, and that's because he's wise to it. It's like, Finton has a very strong range here, and when it's that size, it's not King Queen looking for value. It's a set or, a flush somehow.
Finton back up over 9 million after winning that 2.2 million chip pot. We now have a situation where Graf Teckle has aces in the small blind, and Sam Grafton is all in with Queen Jack. Sam has shoved and is going to get looked up in at least one spot.
Yeah, 10 big blinds. It's right on the line here. I don't think Sam's expecting to get many folds with that big bounty. You're just hoping to find yourself in a flip or a close to it, and this ain't it, Bob.
Jan Zaren's Graf Teckle trying to make this look like a difficult decision. Perhaps also considering whether just to flat or isolate. ISOs gets the fold. Ace is good. And that's it. It's over on the turn. We get our first elimination. Sam Grafton KO'd in 9th place. GG Sam, says Graf Teckle. Sam came into this final table second in chips, is the first player out. However, here's a silver lining to that cloud. Well, in addition to the cash out, 6K plus 8.5 grand in bounties. We mentioned that Sam is also playing the 530 this evening, day 2 of this week's Sunday Million. As he busted, he eliminated a player in the Sunday Million and has now moved into the top 40 in that tournament. So there is a chance we will see Sam tomorrow if he makes the final table of the Sunday Million Special Edition.
Yeah, just an unfortunate day, I think, for Sam. Obviously, he would come in with relatively high expectations as one of the, top stacks. But as you remarked on, just a little unlucky in some spots. Actually made 2 great river folds. Didn't really make any glaring mistakes as far as I could tell, and then went for that, big flip with the King Queen, which I think shows a lot of confidence in his the reading of hands.
You see, you say you didn't make any mistakes, Griffin, but someone watching on YouTube called Envy described Sam's call with King Queen as the worst call I've ever seen. Worst call ever. So
Nice little win for
Teckle's just
Finton, up
become,
10 million.
Yeah, huge stack for Finton. Consolidating that chip lead at this now 8-handed final table, and Graf Teckle has become the single biggest bounty on offer. Now has the red target, $6,800. And Ace Queen outflopped by King 10. Amino last, 3-1 favorite here. Ooh, the check raise.
And numbers guys got to get out of here.
And now that Sam's gone,
big blind here.
And now that Sam's gone, Griffin, numbers guy is the shortest stack remaining, right? 1.1 million. Yep. with around 15 minutes till the blinds go up to 40-80, and it's Peppa Pig opening here with sevens.
Animation, please.
What happened?
It's always coming 7.
No, you don't get that for being dealt pocket sevens. You get it when the 7 is coming, which normally means a community card.
But the 7 is always coming, and therefore the animation should always be coming. Pocket kings in the big blind for Peppa Pig.
And a re-raise to 420,000.
You know what's really annoying about Numbers Guy? Ooh, as Proudflop decides to call here with the decent price. It appears as though it would be a palindrome, but it just isn't. It's 2-3-4 at the front, 2-3-4 backwards in the back, but then it's just random numbers. Maybe it's a metaphor for life, just when you think there's order and everything makes sense. It's just chaos. Martin with the king, queen of spades. But Peppa, 2 ladies in the small blind.
Mike Fox says, well, now Sam can join the stream, right? Nope, because as we just referenced, Sam is also playing the Sunday Million right now, looking to make the final table of that event, which we're going to stream tomorrow night.
I felt like the ace-9 of hearts call from Proudflop might have been a bit on the loosey side, but again, the price that Peppa has been providing. But king-queen suited, you certainly have to call this pre. You know, Martin's not falling for this check business. He's looking for a nice king or spade on the turn. Doesn't find it. Very tricky play here from the pig that peps.
Queen's still good. 460 into 980. And with just king high, Martin Jakobsen folds.
Prepare. Perform.
Wow, this is interesting. King-Queen opening under the gun. We've got pocket tens for Kazan, and the short stack has ace-king in the big blind.
And it's, you know, I mean, if Kazan learned the lesson from the ace-queen, which was, if I'm not willing to go all in, I should just call, which he clearly has, when Numbers Guy shoves this ace-king, I think Martin's hand is a little weak to reshove, but it's tempting with that bounty, James. I mean, 42.50 out there. Yeah. Zone, you know, could just be calling here with Queen Jack suited, and then, you know, you're not getting the flip equity here against 2-3-4s, you know, ace 10, pocket 9. So Martin could just be overshoving here, and then Kazone. But Martin's also aware Numbers Guy is going to be pretty strong here. Kazan could be trapping because of that short stack behind. Right on the line here, I think, for Martin. King Queen is cursed so far in this final table from Sam Grafton's hand.
Martin thinking about this one. Folds. Kazan calls. We're off to the races. And it's a set of tens. And it's over on the turn. And that will see the Ukrainian player eliminated in 8th place, taking us down to the final 7 at the final table of the 2K Sunday warm-up, event 34 high of Scoop 2022. I don't know if it's just me, but I didn't hear you there, Griffin. I'm sorry. We may have lost Mr. Benja. We will endeavour to get him back ASAP as Finton continues to play the chip lead at the final table, opening on the button with 9-8 offsuit. And the big blind defend from Jonathan Proudfoot, who has top pair on the flop. Finton with second pair, continues for 105,000. Ace on the turn. Proud flop checks a second time. Finton checks it back. And now the lead from Proud Flop on the river, 105 into 628. But Finton has rivered trips. And I guess deciding how to respond to this bet from Jonathan Proudfoot. Raises it up and gets the fold, and Finton has now officially crossed the 10 million mark, has the huge chip lead, better than a 2-to-1 advantage over Swedish player Kazan, who's officially second in chips. Finton playing 10.2 million, has already won 11 grand in bounties, and has locked up at least 9,500 in prize money, because we are now down to 7 players. The shortest stack with 7 remaining is Graph Tackle, just over 2 million. Blinds going up in 9 minutes' time. Amino last opened with ace-5 suited. Finton has re-raised with ace-3.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal.
In your face, Finton, who's now dropped below the 10 million mark. What a loser. Lobster asking, what place did the squid get? Lobster, squid, went out in 9th. Any more seafood related questions from someone with a seafood related name? Less than 10 minutes to play on this level. Griffin, talk to me, buddy.
Can you hear me?
I can. Huzzah. I was worried about you there.
Huzzah. Don't be worried, I'm back.
You're gaining a Sam Grafton-like reputation for burning through headsets.
It was my little mermaid moment, you know? Just traded my voice there for with a sea witch very, very briefly, but I'm back.
King 9 versus Ace 10.
The dog.
Ace high still good.
I feel like we should give a little extra love for Amino last there. Taking that artisanal.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. You always hear about it, right, James? You hear about all these, you know, high roller sharks. They don't fold the ace-5 suited, but to see it in practice, it's good stuff.
So a bet from Peppa Pig wins the pot on the turn. Now, ace queen suited for Kazan, who sits in second place on the leaderboard right now. A reminder that Kazan is a Swedish player with $3 million in PokerStars earnings. Vinton with queen 5 of diamonds. Defends, but this is all Kazan. Ace high is still the best hand. Has the flush draw. And Vinton folds to the continuation bet. Two players with King Jack. Mino last, first to act here. 154k.
How does Kazan want to play this? Can certainly play it as a 3-bet. I think that's going to be most easy to play, but probably too tight to fold.
Decides to re-raise. 3-bet to 455,000. 10-8 of hearts for Peppa Pig on the button. Everyone else folds. Kazan over the 5 million mark now. Morga6 on YouTube says, I would play an ace-5 suited. Thank you for your comment. I'm guessing Kazan will open this. Queen Jack of clubs.
Yeah, and getting quite a bit of momentum here is the Calzonian one. That big all-in with the 10s to ace-king, and now getting some hands to play around with. Nice little 3-bet there with the King Jack, getting some nice starting hands, and I think it's fair to say should probably just get this raised and taken.
I'm sure
Liam
they would
Neeson.
take taked. Kazan chipping up nicely.
Tooken, that's
Okay.
it. Thank you, Uncle Jonesy.
So Finton opening with Queen 7 of diamonds. Graf Tekel has ace-5 suited. Proud Flop's got 10s.
Yeah, about 27 big blinds. I like this 3-bet in practice for Graf Tekel, but just this particular hand, it's not going to end up working out with Proud Flop behind and the 2 10s.
Yeah, I imagine a re-raise here will get the job done. The cold 4 gets folds from everyone else. Nick asks, has the ambient chip noise always been in the background of the streams? I kind of like it. That is the sound. The background noise from the PokerStars Arena where Scoop 2022 is being played. I mean, how many events are running this evening? Let me just check. I mean, obviously you've got all of the different buy-in levels of this event, event 34. So you've got the low, medium, high. You've got the low, medium, high for event 33. The same for 35, 36, 37, and 39. Event 40 is underway as well this evening. So much poker being played. So many tables in each tournament as well.
So you don't have a home game going on in another room of your house or anything like that. I thought that's what it was. No?
No. I'm here at the PokerStars Arena, Griffin, overseeing
Oh,
all of
there you
these
go.
tables, overseeing all
That's
of this
what it
poker
is.
being played as part of this amazing series.
Love when I get caught up. Ace Jack of Spades. And don't look now, but Peppa Pig getting a little pep in his step lately. Up to over 3 million.
Go on, stick it in his eye. And out flopped. Domination rotation. Proud flop. Now a huge favourite, facing a bet of 124,000.
I think this bet might be showing a bit of Peppa Pig's inexperience, I guess. It's just not really it doesn't really make much sense to bet a third there with Ace Jack. You're just giving 2 streets of value to all those hands that were checking back on the flop, like Ace 5, Pocket 8s. So I think a bit of a misstep there from Pig.
Blinds have now gone to 40,000, 80,000. Putting the pressure on Graf Teckle, who is playing a sub-20 big blind stack. Martin Jakobsen hovering around the 20 big blind mark.
Another opportunity for Cazone to attack Amino's open, but might just give him a pass on this one. I don't know. It's feels too strong to fold, so is going to play as a 3-bet here in late position, and Amino's just going to have to, I think, tip the cap. What's interesting is we have seen Amino capable of, 4-betting even all in with a weakish all-in hand, but you still got to get dealt that hand. Just because you think, this is a 3-bet that I don't really believe is credible, it's harder to shove in Queen Jack off than it is Ace 5 suited. So it speaks to, how your moves, how you can counter 3-bets. It is kind of dependent on the kind of middle strength hand that you end up having.
I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand this session. And it's Martin Jakobsen with 9-8 of diamonds. Folds under the gun. Rounds the blinds. Graf Teckle in the small.
25
King
bigs.
5.
Bit of a weird spot, I think, for Graf Teckle, because, and I think the reason we see a fold from a relatively strong blind-on-blind hand is, with that big a bounty, if you limp, you're getting shoved on, and it's not a hand you want to really shove. So,
well, that hand is going to take us to the second break of this final table. 2 eliminations during that last session. Sam Grafton exiting in 9th place. 2-3-4 from Ukraine out in 8th. 7 players remaining, and Vincent Hand has increased his chip lead up to 9.2 million. Kazan from Sweden sits in 2nd place with 5.7 million. And then Jonathan Proudfoot, aka Proudflop, sits 3rd in chips with 4.6 million. Joe Stapleton back in the booth. Griffin, when we streamed last week, when we streamed the Super Tuesday High Roller, had a chance to talk to Joe and to Sam and to Nick about our experience in Monte Carlo, being back on the live circuit, streaming live poker once again and being able to work in the same room. How was the experience for you? I haven't had a chance to speak to you since the final table.
I mean, it was a complete treat. It was so great to see you guys and the whole crew and work with everyone on site. I thought the event was brilliant. I thought the set was stunning. I was actually a bit blown away by how seamless everything was and how great it all looked. And I think that really that showed in the way that people received it. And I think it was a massive success. And for me to be a part of it in person was quite special for me, for sure.
Joe, I don't want to say too much about Monte Carlo on this stream because we are going to record a new episode of the podcast on Thursday, which will release on Friday. And I guess we'll hear about what you did after the event. So we'll save that for the podcast. But Griffin, you stayed in Europe for a few days, right? That's why you couldn't join us on last week's stream. You decided to have a mini vacation after the EPT.
Yeah, it was an interesting experience. It was the second time going to the south of France with my girlfriend's extended family, and her grandmother is near 100 years old now. So unfortunately, I don't speak great French, so I was left out of a lot of the conversations. But it was a really beautiful place to be, and it was pretty cool to see someone of that age be so vibrant and just, she was walking around a lot, eating, drinking a lot. It was really quite cool to see. So it was a really special sort of family experience.
Because Griffin doesn't speak French very well, it meant that I got over 500 messages from Griffin over the last few days while he's like sitting around and can't communicate with anybody. And my favorite one was he got me roped into some conversation with him, and then he's like, "Oh, I gotta go. I'm putting a TV together for my girlfriend's grandma." And I'm like, Griffin, TVs come completely assembled. Do you mean you're plugging in a TV? And he was like, yeah.
It's not true. There's a stand.
Together.
James, there's a stand. You know that. You got to put the stand in, and there's, what are the screwy things? I didn't do that part. She did that.
To be fair, Griffin, yes, there is some assembly required, but I can appreciate why, an elderly person might require some assistance. I'm not sure you'd be the person I'd go to, though.
That's fair.
In my mind, she was like looking at Griffin, and she was like, "Oh man, like what's an easy task I can ask this boy to do so he feels like a little helpful? Here, why don't you plug in this TV for Grandma? Go ahead, son."
Also fair.
So obviously now back in Canada, working with us through Scoop. Are you playing at all during this series, or are you focused entirely on the streams and you'll worry about playing live when you get out to Vegas this summer?
Well, that's the thing. You said worry. I'm worried that if I do play a lot, I'm just going to make so many final tables that I'm not going to be able to commentate. So I'm looking out for the quality of the production by playing as little as possible. No, I think I'm going to sneak in a little play time, maybe on like a Thursday or when it works out for not there to be any clashing,
Yeah.
I love events like this. Scoop is always fun, but not really conducive to me playing a full schedule with how committed I am to this job.
Yeah, one man's delusion is another man's self-confidence. Again, to highlight, we are going to be showing the final table of the Sunday Million Special Edition. So this is the medium buy-in version of Event 35. Started yesterday, plays down to the final table today. Final 9 play down to a winner tomorrow. Starting tomorrow is the 25K Super High Roller. That's going to be a fun stream. And Griffin, I think you're back with us for that one on Wednesday.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Maybe we'll have the company of the Squid, assuming he doesn't make the FT. We're going to return to the final table of the 2K Sunday warm-up. 7 players remaining. And Joe, you're up. Buddy, it's all yours.
Hello, my babies. Let's do this. Pocket aces to kick things off for KZ Zahn.
You spend a little of that break cranking there, Joe? First 10 back. Pocket rockets.
If I was cranking, you'd have known it. This would be aces versus kings versus queens. When I'm cranking, I'm not quiet about it. We're going to see a defend from Queen 5, and that's a pretty bad board for Queen 5 of hearts.
This is why you're the best, Joe.
Nothing gets by me.
No.
This 10-8-9 flop. Kazan takes it down with a bet and a fold. Queen 9 suited now for the player with the second most chips.
K-Zone's just been in the K-Zone all final table. Keep it going.
Folds around to Jakobsen on the button, who is unlikely to play. And neither is the, sorry, in the small blind. And neither's the big blind. Ace King for Finty. Griffin, I know
Easy with
that
aces,
you're
but how does it go
Yeah.
with Ace King?
less easy. I always, by the way, thought that his name was like more like easy with aces. All right, easy with the aces.
I'm sure, you know, of the, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, millions of people that have watched his stream. How many people have watched his stream total, do you think? Anyways, they probably asked him, and he's probably answered why the screen name
He doesn't like.
is what-
I remember the one time I asked him when he was first on the scene. He was on a broadcast, and I was like, "Is it things are easy with aces, or is it that easy with the aces?" And he was like, "Whatever, man. Whatever your interpretation is, that's what it's up to. That's cool with me."
Yeah, because the truth is that he, you know, he was making his screen name, and he probably just didn't know what to put in, and he just put that, and now he's stuck with it.
It's pretty much all of us.
Yeah, pretty much.
Have you ever
Can't all be
gone to
Peppa
sign
Pig
up?
88.
Have you ever gone to sign up for a website and like not been able to decide on your name, and so you just don't do it? You're like, I'll come back to this later, and then you just forget.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, any time I'm asked to donate something on one of those those things.
All right, sure. Raise and take it for Kazan.
No, I take screen names quite seriously with, you know, fantasy sports teams, and I spend way too much time. I get into a real zone with it, trying to think of the best, most clever, punny name I can think of.
It's really one of those things that's not at all worth it. Like it doesn't.
Well,
it doesn't matter at all. No one ever cares
okay.
as much as you do.
Right, but that's the great thing about, that's what like friends are for, is that you excitedly show them, and then they just give default answers that make you feel good about it, and you try not to think about how they're. Yeah. Say I got an LMAO, you know, at the beginning of the baseball season for one of mine. You know, I'm not to say I've been riding that for the last month and a half, but you toss me an LMAO on a team name, you know, you're moving up the best friend ladder real quick.
Proud flop, maybe Lamowing at this not great flop for pocket nines. Outflopped by King Queen. Deuce is no good either. Lamau. It's the deuces that are betting. That's a Lamau. By the way, this
how does a cat laugh?
Lamau.
Meow.
Oh, King Queen folding. So one better hand folds. Can we get both better hands to fold? Proud flop with the 9 of diamonds as well. Yeah, wow. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Peppa Pig getting it done. Griffin, I don't know if I stole this from the internet or I just thought of it, but can you imagine what Peppa Pig would look like if it was a real pig with 2 eyes on the side of its head? It would be the most terrifying thing you've ever seen. You wouldn't let it hang out with your kids, you would kill it.
Go Finton. Go Finton. Go. Go. Boom.
There you go. Finton with a chance to open this pot. And gets a defense call out of the big blind from Martin Jakobsen, 9-10 suited, a.k.a. the Grafton. And Finton attempting a continuation bet here. And and
Good
does
turn
get
card
the fold
for the 9-10 of diamonds, but difficult to continue on that stack out of position against an aggressive opponent.
Ace 10 for Fenton now.
Amino last.
Spy Shake asks, when
Amino first?
When is the nearest live poker tournament stream? I don't know where the nearest is. You'll have to tell us where you live. Thank you for your question.
Ducks fly together. Quack, quack.
Oh, Griffin Bender's so happy. Day's been made. His catchphrase, his calling card. Fenton drawing officially dead on this deuce on the turn.
But the one time he isn't putting chips in the pot, he's drawing dead. And Amino might have to check again. Hope that Fenton's river to queen and can get a check raise in. But also doesn't want to lose value from a hand like pocket nines that might check twice. Something like an 8. But a lot of those hands would probably have been heard from on the turn. So I think Amino's just trying to make it look bluffy here and get called by a catcher of bluffs. Wish there was a name for it. Bluff catcher.
Bluff catcher. Coined right here, right now. Pocket nines for Fenton and will be facing the easiest of hands to play with, aces. Turns out.
And guess what? Fenton is going to have to call this. 20 big blinds. You have nines. You need to protect your opening range. But he gets the flat, which is great news for Fenton because with that king high board, probably not going to double up, Martin.
Fenton checking over to the main event, World Series main event, that is, winner Martin Jakobsen. Four on the turn. Nearly $1 million in the middle. Jakobsen with just over $1 million left behind.
It's the game. 4 on the floor. For my Succession fans. What's up?
It's pretty disturbing. Didn't that involve a pig also?
Yeah, actually, I think it did. No, but there was no pig, was there? I don't know. Interesting check back here from Martin. Probably anticipating that might get a fold on the turn here from non-King X hands. So Martin wants to, and now we see the very cheeky 10% block bet. And that's going to hear from Martinian.
Going for all of it. Snap fold from Fenton.
Well said from Jess Alice J on Twitch. 99999 because you want to tell them what you have. Little cheeky, absolutely intentional, if I were to guess, move from Fenton there.
I mean, certainly if you're streaming, there's a lot more incentive to do that.
Yeah. Would be so interesting if it was actually just subliminal. Didn't mean to, but...
Reason taken for Kazon. Things going much differently today than they did with our first scoop coverage. I believe we were down to heads up at this point already last week.
Yeah, James was telling me just a 2-hour FT, it sounded like.
Jakobsen raising King Jakobsen. Peppa out.
Let's see, 3.
Fenton with the suited semi-connector and flops the up and down draw.
Yeah, very advantageous board here for Fenton hand.
Did you say Fenton hand or Fenton's hand?
I'll never tell.
And Fenton leading now. Kind of fun.
Wow, tricky.
And, yeah. Gets the equity to fold. And the best hand technically with king high. And all eyes on Graf Tekel, the shortest stack, playing just over 10 bigs.
And what's the most important detail about Graf Tekel, Joe?
Big, big booty.
Big booty. Like, get a crew together for a heist kind of like amount of booty.
One last job before we
One
retire.
last job. Off into the sunset. This is it. It's always one last job, Joe. So you say every time.
King
It's
Jack
different this
4,
time.
Amino last.
I mean, look at his stack. Graf Tekel's an easy target.
Ten high flop, pair of sevens good for Fenton. One club out there. So
I think
some
you got to
backdoor
find a
straight
yeah.
and flush draws for
Got to find
Amino.
a big bet here for Amino. Range advantage, gonna force out a lot of folds from hands that aren't 7-6, and you have a lot of
Top
equity
pair
to
and the
turn
turn.
a card like that. Yeah.
Amino checks over to Fenton, probably hoping for another bet. Doesn't get it. Eight of diamonds on the turn. Does put a 4-card straight out there. Gut shot came in. Value bet, third pot from Amino last, and another fold from Fenton. Folding with the worst of it.
Ooh, beautiful opportunity for a double up for Graf Tekel here. The only question at this stage is how ahead is Graf Tekel going to be? Is it going to be against 3-4 suited, or is it going to be against ace-3 off? And it looks like it's going to be against 3-4 of clubs. 2 clubs folded here. Amino last with that 10-5 of clubs. If you're wondering why would Fenton call nearly 800,000 with just 4 high, it's because of that delicious 68, 28, 13 red bounty that Graf Tekel's lugging around like a chain.
You just cost me $6,000. $6,000.
The price is right.
There's the call. 1-4.
Oh,
River bricks out 4 easy with aces. Graf Tekel doubles up. And throwable.
yeah, maybe.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's easy to see that maybe as a slight mistake from Fenton because of the result. You know, when you raise there, you got to be prepared to call, and maybe it's, you know, more chips than you really want to be calling with 3-4, even with such big a bounty. But you know, just as often Graf Tekel has ace-10, and that 4 is good by the river. So it happens. Fenton down to 8.3 million.
I don't know. It's from my, I'm just a caveman. I don't know much about this game, but I do know that the chance to win $6,000 just from if you can somehow crack nines with 3-4 suited, even knowing what the cards are, I'd be pretty tempted to make that call.
Well said. Well said.
Eduardo, for his first ever chat, says worst call. More like worst comment. You banned. Thank you for it. How's that phrase go, Griffin? Better for someone to think you're a fool than for you to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Kazan v. Peppa, pair of fives for Kazan. Peppa with 2 overs to the 5 and a gut shot. Go Viking on YouTube says, Graf is a great player. He ain't out yet. Do you mean Griff? Do you mean Graf? Or do you mean Graf Teckle?
You're really going to have to be specific, man.
Pair of fives still good on the turn. River Jack. Fives still good. And fives are value betting. Maybe you're going to get a call from King High. This is pretty accurate. Wow. Wowee. I don't know. I mean, I
Give me
just
that
don't.
big blind.
I don't know how you can possibly know that betting your fives are good that you don't get raised. You get called by King High. They're good. They're good. What do you think about this comparison for you, Griffin? They're calling you Hopper from Stranger Things.
I have heard it before, and I will take it.
Really?
Yes, because I've always seen myself as like a knockoff Captain America, you know?
Did he do a knockoff Captain America also?
Yeah, Black Widow. Black Widow.
Oh, right. The Russian version. Sure.
Yeah.
He was also a very unfortunate Hellboy.
Yeah, you know what? I never saw that one for obvious reasons.
Me and Spraggy
Reviews,
saw it
no,
together. I saw it with Spraggy, and there was a street fight outside the theater on the way in, and I broke it up and got someone's blood all over me.
Oh, yeah?
And Spraggy, I mean, this was in America where, like, someone could have easily pulled a gun, and Spraggy was like, what are you doing? Hey, sometimes there's real life heroes, Griffin, and I'm one of them.
Yeah. I've always thought that about you.
This is me being a hero. Stop, guys, stop, guys.
Did you see Hack Season 2 came out?
I did.
You're a
I
Hacks
haven't.
guy, right?
I haven't started it yet because it's not a girlfriend boyfriend show, and my girlfriend's been around. But when the first time she leaves the house, I'll be watching it. 8-9 out flopping ace 10 here.
I think she probably would have liked Season 1, but I guess maybe once you committed to the non-girlfriend boyfriend show, move.
I need some shows that are just for me because then
I
can't
guess
ever
that
watch
one, yeah.
anything.
You have a personal,
she's not
yeah.
Jakobsen missing the turn as well. No heart. No ace, no 10. Yeah, Jess Alice J, who says Hannah Einbinder is amazing. Part of the reason I haven't started yet is because I don't like crush on celebrities very easily, or like actors and actresses, but I like really crushed on her hard, and I felt it was almost kind of unhealthy. And so I've been avoiding watching season 2 because I don't want to stir up those emotions again. All right, let's see if Proud Flop can pull some more thin value magic, as we've seen these high rollers so often do. Checks.
Yeah, it was funny when my girlfriend and I started watching season 2 last night. We watched the opening scene. I'm not going to spoil anything, I promise. And I was like, wow, that was a really strong opening scene. That was really great. What a way to bring in the new season. And then like a few more minutes went by, and I just realized that we accidentally started watching season 1, episode 1. The opening.
Great bluff there from Martin Jakobsen.
Yeah,
Got
ace
the
of
9
hearts.
to fold. I thought Proud Flop was maybe trying to elicit a bet in that case, but looks like not. Certainly not one that size, at least.
Nice. Too proud to fold the flop, but not the river. It's a little screen name pun for you guys.
Mm-hmm. Proud Flop raising from the
Play on
small
words.
blind into the big blind. And, wow, a suited big blind holding does not get defended.
Yeah, the 4x. I think Martin is wise to let that particular one go. I think, certainly Jack 7 suited plus would continue, but when you're facing such a big raise from a strong opponent there, you're only playing 30 big blinds. A lot of other considerations, 2 shorter stacks. Oh yeah, I haven't watched any of the new Better Call Saul.
It's just as good as usual, but I'm a little concerned. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine, but for what's supposed to be the last season, it's kind of slow, which works if it's not the last season for that show in particular, because it's one of the few that can pull off. There's only been like one major development in about 3 or 4 episodes, so. Queen Jack out flopping King Jack. King Jack with a gut shot to go with
Joe,
the king out.
Look what I'm drinking today.
Oh, so when it's your own house, you don't leave 400 water bottles everywhere. But when it's so funny when you said that the production in Monte Carlo was seamless. I was like, yeah, well, the room was seamless because no air was getting into it.
This was they carved my initials. It was a whole ritual. It's very, very amazing.
Now, let me address some of the stuff that's going on YouTube right now. Joe's self-deprecating humor makes me want to joke about him, but actually he seems like a nice guy, and the way he talks about poker sounds like he actually knows a little bit about the game. Don't know much about the game.
Yeah, so
However,
that part's wrong.
I'm cool with some jokes that go along with my self-deprecating humor. Something that gets banned regularly is when someone says I look like a homeless person. And not because it personally offends me, because it offends me on how unoriginal a comment it is. It offends me on a comedic level, not on a personal level. So those comments get deleted and you get put in timeout so I can train you to say something clever.
You have found a place to stay though, right, Joe?
Things are fine right now.
Okay. Just making sure.
Couch. A couch is a couch, you know what I mean? It's getting a little too hot for my car here in Los Angeles.
Then you're going to be like, I have a hot tub, okay? I have a home.
Fun flop here for 8-10 of hearts.
Oh, yeah.
It should be end of 5-6. Yes. It's also just like not super clever to say someone with a beard is homeless. Like, I don't have a homeless person's beard. I have a fake
No,
beard.
you have
one
like
that's like intentionally trimmed. Some hands running into each other here. Yeah, a raise from Kazan with ace 4. The bounty a little over 3K for Peppa Pig. Shoves and gets it through.
Does it offend you to be asked if you're Charlie Kelly's brother? Always Sunny reference, in case you didn't know.
It does not offend me. Again, not particularly original or clever.
So you're banned.
There was I had a small gathering at my house over the weekend. A large gathering, we'll call it. A pretty big party, actually. And some girl dusted off the old, does anyone ever tell you look like David Duchovny? And I was like, I don't see it, but I love it. And yes, it does. I do get it from time to time. I prefer that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. I actually see that.
It's also because my life does closely resemble Hank Moody's.
Yeah.
Jack high flop, 2 hearts. Fenton with the dominating heart. Fires 120 into 430. Ooh, and a little cheeky raise from Proud Flop.
Super cheeky.
Repping the Jack 7. Does not get a fold from Fenton, who turns top pair. Open ender for Proud Flop.
But plays it as a check. And now that you've turned all this equity, you slow down. Proud Flop probably recognizing, wow, and then just quickly folds.
Just folds. Hachi Machi. I 100% I'm not a good enough poker player to raise the flop and then fold when I actually pick up a legit draw. I know Fenton bet huge, but I'd be like, third of my stack, no problem, call, miss, fold. Call, miss, fold is I couldn't ever write a poker book only because it would just be one page. Call, miss, fold would be one page, and then on the back of that page it would be, and then 1 out of 100 times, call, get there, and then they fold to you because they know that you never put money in the pot unless you somehow got there. As unbalanced as it gets. Top pair for Jakobsen. Gut shot now for a Proud Flop.
Cheeky check back here from Martin. Doesn't want to find himself in a situation necessarily where he just gets in these 26 big blinds on this flop. Instead, stay under-repped. Let your opponent start bluffing when they turn equity. Look at this. Come on. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And now Proud Flop, thinking that your range is capped, thinking you have something like an 8 or a 9 or a 6, ace on the river. Proud Flop, do you go for it? And if you do, how much do you bet? Let them know.
680. Nearly the entire pot.
And snap called. 9 seconds at most. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ah!
He did
Wanted
say
to
at
get
most.
it on the nose. Yeah.
Jakobsen makes the call and has been climbing out of the basement fairly steadily for most of this session, leaving 3 players hovering around the 2 million mark. And maybe that's something Fenton can have a little fun with now.
And that was quite a significant loss for Jonathan Proudfoot. Down to just 21 big blinds. Has really been one of the stars of the final table. Played quite well, but all it takes is 2 big streets of bluffing when the blinds get up. And suddenly, Martin Jakobsen has snuck into third place here with 7 left. You know, I don't think I've ever met Veronica Brill, but she seems lovely.
She's lovely. Very fun. Yeah, I threw a little birthday party for Veronica at my house this weekend. Some folks may have seen some of it on her social media. Adam Levy was here. Ruthless. You guys may know him. If you guys know Zach Elwood, a poker player on Twitter, he was here as well. He and his wife, Molly. Late position raise from Jonathan Proudfoot. Queen 9 of diamonds.
And Martin might get, not often are you going to be set mining 20 big blinds deep, but look at that bounty for proud flop. Might be worth it to see if you can find yourself a flop you can be proud of.
To see if ducks really do fly together.
Quack, quack!
So what about this, Griffin? What about this when you flop the street flash draw? I can never.
Four
Oh
of
my
spades.
God, this would be so sick.
4 of spades.
Gosh,
The
this
crowd
would
would
be
have gone
so
wild.
sick.
Gosh, why? See, this is why this is reality TV. This is real reality TV. Because I'm telling you, with those other reality TV shows, they'd make sure the action happened. But we just have to be victim to what the cards decide.
Well, that's why poker comes down more on the side of sport than reality TV, because the outcomes are not predetermined. No scripts here. Sometimes you don't get the card you want on the turn. Sometimes you don't get the drama.
Not even for a double street flash. Now, if this were a James Bond movie... Ooh. Salt and pepper pig. A 9?
Schweinflu asks, favorite movie, Stapes? Yes, I do have one. Thank you for your question. Pocket threes on the button from Kazan. Fenton. 4-5 offsuit. Does defend. Flops at open ender. A set of threes would be big trouble for someone. I'll let you decide who. We didn't get the 4 of spades on the turn, but we do get the 3 on the turn here.
I'm telling
Sometimes
you,
you do.
I had a feeling this time. I'm like, it's going to happen.
The drama card set for Kazan, straight for Fenton. Kazan not drawing dead by any means. 1 in 5 times the board will pair on the river.
You wait long enough, Joe. You wait long enough, and they give you the action. It's like baseball.
Good.
Poker is, you know? Just like a little ground ball to short, this and that. Almost something exciting happens, like with the almost street flash. But here, bottom set, turn card. Straight for Fenton hand. Chip lead on chip lead, Joe.
Fenton
There will be
pumping
blood.
it up to $1 million. And yeah, JD, John Delano, getting it right. A tree on the turn. Finton with this hand locked up. Jack of diamonds, pretty much a brick for this board. Kazan does not improve.
Greedy. Yeah, got to get greedy here for Finton. We saw a hand earlier with Finton with a set where I suggested maybe he bet a bit too big because of the situation. But this situation, you're going to be paralyzed. Polarized. And goes for the shove.
Goes for all of it.
Go.
Maybe repping some missed spades. Top pair. Gets the call. Kazan eliminated. That escalated quickly.
Oh, man.
Kazan bounced right off the escalator in 7th place for $9,500.
Yo, I am so proud of Finton for shoving there on the river because, you know, if your opponent does have a set, you could maybe be shoving 2 pair. There are hands that you could technically be shoving worse for value. Gets the max. Oh, got to be so proud of himself for that bet. Incredible stuff.
Doesn't just get the max, but gets a big chunk of change as well. Finton's bounty
might get
up
another
to
all in here.
9,200. And we may be flipping for Amino last. I don't see how we don't flip. I mean, Amino last does have more chips than at least 2 other players.
Ace queen suited, too strong, I think, to fold. You're going to expect to be up against a pocket pair a lot, but you're suited. Maybe your opponent has something like ace jack. But as the Twitch chat is remarking, this is a pretty brutal ICM spot. I mean, 1.8 million for Proudfoot, 2.27 for Peppa Pig, just 1.9 for Graph Teckle. Certainly an argument to fold. You wait for those 3 eliminations.
Okay, we do have a flip incoming. Oh, it's quad sixes! Flopped, totally dead. Amino last finishes Amino 6th. $12,693. Kaden says Proud Flop. Finton hand mowing down the competition. 2 eliminations in back-to-back hands?
Team Pro, he writes in the chat.
Team Pro justified. And we are down to 5 players now.
6666. Number of the Finton. Number of the hand.
Guardius pointing out that the rest of these stacks are in big, big trouble. Finton can exert a lot of ICM pressure on the 4 remaining players. Bandit Trader asks, how do you apply for PokerStars Pors? Well, I'd learn how to spell the word pro. Thank you for your comment. Top pair for Graph Teckle. Jakobsen with a gut shot.
Yeah, some incentive to continue based on the sizing for Martin. You're going to defend this, and certainly, you know, Graph Teckle's bounty, part of the reason why you would call pre-flop. But facing this bet, is it worth peeling for that 4-out nut? Knowing that you'll probably get all that money. I can tell you, Martin is doing the math and likes what he's found.
That math includes 1 million chips in the middle now. No improvement for Martin. No additional outs.
And Rico P 101 says, shoot, what just happened? Representing all those people at baseball games that go for a hot dog in the wrong inning and come back and the score is all different. What'd I miss?
Finton.
A lot.
Sniffing. Yeah, 20 million.
Yeah.
A lot in the
There's
span of about
one player.
2 minutes. Ace Queen under the gun now for Finton. And with the way he's running, I'm going to call this ace-queen with 2 flush draws rather than offsuit.
And how is Martin going to react here? Obviously going to be aware that Fenton's going to be raising really wide. Do you want to play this pot to some extent? You can't really shove when you're second in chips with 2.6 million, and calling seems like a fool's errand when so much pressure can be put on you because of that ICM. So I think that's a really disciplined fold from Martin in a hand that, you know, otherwise you would want to maybe play sometimes. If Peppa can find a limp here, and we have seen Tricky play,
Oh boy.
we are going to have a 41 big blind all in here, almost surely. Oh, cheeky check back from Fenton.
Both players under
Pretty
rep.
amazing.
Peppa way under
Yeah.
repped with the big pocket pair.
So Fenton really in the zone here, finding a check back with the Queen Jack, 20 effective. When you can put so much pressure on your opponents, it feels like free money to just shove.
Wow, Jack's winning the absolute minimum here.
Yeah.
But
STI
you
Hansen
can
asked, what
understand.
happened? What was the hand? Last I saw, he had 10 million. Nobody tell him.
You got to tune in. You snooze, you lose.
Yeah. You can't. You got to put it on your phone. You got to go to the bathroom. You put the Twitch thing on your phone. Okay? YouTube, otherwise, whatever you want. You can't miss a beat. Going to make some pasta? You can keep watching.
You should be avoiding carbs. Fold over to Fenton on the button. King 10 offsuit.
Aren't carbs the one that are good for you? You should be eating.
I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist. Shoving into Graph Tackle and Proud Flop, who both are forced to fold aces.
And you can see how much pressure it puts on Ace-9. Ace-9's going to think, I'm good here for 18 big blinds. Good deal of the time, but with all these other stacks, you don't want to just gamble it there.
A little late on this comment from JB, but I will allow it. Easy with aces, more like easy with sixes.
Nice.
Proud Flop with a fine hand, small to big. I think we saw Proud Flop 4x it last time.
As the bottom stack,
This
might have seen a shove there, but instead just limps.
Yeah, I think maybe trying to induce a little action here from Martin. Under rep, a big ace. Get a little more value than just winning a pot pre-flop. And it's top pair, top kicker for Jonathan. And Jakobsen not really catching up here at all. Proud flop.
You'd think Proudfoot,
Maybe, yep,
yeah, go for the overbet.
Going for a
Wants
little value
to start
finally
getting
here.
money in there.
Yep. 350 into 262. Not much Jakobsen can do in this spot.
Ooh, Kevin under the gun. That's how much of an edge Fenton has here.
Raise and take it. 5 players remain. Fenton hand on course to win his second scoop title. Third scoop title. I knew I needed to check that first. I wonder if it is a commentator's curse if I get it wrong. Queen 10 actually getting a fold from Finton. Jakobsen in a not very comfortable second place right now.
Oh, and Peppa's going to be so tilted when they see the shove from Finton hand here with the ace queen.
Oh, yeah.
Such a nice hand. But boy, is it trouble if you bust here in 5th place with the worst hand. Might be too good, but I see him,
Peppa
of course.
lets it go. Luckily, getting away from that one. Holds around to Fenton on the button. Raises Queen 7. Prop flop, gonna take 3 off.
Probably good enough here at this stage of the bottom stack anyway.
Does indeed, and flops top pair. Fenton continues. 1/5 pot. Gonna be good enough to get a lot of the obligatory defend hands to fold, but not this one. Not only does prop flop not fold, he raises, and Finton quickly releases. Ace 10 for Peppa Pig. Now the shortest stack after Proud Flop picked up that pot. And gets a call after the raise from Graf Tekel. And Graf Tekel flops a gut shot. 1 diamond.
Very interesting call here on 20 bigs from Graf Tekel. Guess you don't want to fold it and you don't want to shove it. So let's see 3. Let's see 4.
And the river is a 9, so this hand will end in a chop if it goes to showdown, which is looking very likely. Griffin, it's a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Okay, let's see how we did.
Fenton raising 10-9 offsuit. It's going to run into 4 better hands.
Not
Only
bad.
one of them
Our best of the
going to
day.
be able to play back at him, I think. And that one is right here, Martin Jakobsen. Good old Marty McJacobsen. Don't call him a chicken. Ships it. Gets it through. Proud flop, ace 10 suited. Peppa maybe a little tempted, but does fold the queen 9 offsuit out of position.
Ooh.
Fenton hand, ace king, big slick energy.
I wonder if I've heard you say that joke before. That's great. I like that.
You probably have. It's like the first scene to Hacks.
Graf Tekel. Oh,
Flops
yeah.
a pair. Fenton insta-betting. 2 overs, gut shot, backdoor spades. Spade on the turn. Also, Graph Tackle does not want to make a 6-high flush. And if Graph Tackle bets here, does Finton ever just make him play for the rest? Doesn't bet, okay.
Yeah, I think that's the intention, would be to check shove if you're not going to bet. But Graph Tackle wisely checks back and is able to win. You would have won more had you bet the turn, but you don't really want to be bet calling off a third pair with all these stacks. And Finton is just feeling himself right now. Thousands of people watching him. Just,
lucky boy. I run terrible.
Yeah.
Graph Tackle. Jack 9 in the small blind. Pretty strong small blind hand. Decides just to call. And flops second pair.
Yeah, pretty much the nicest thing anyone's ever said about Jack 9 off. It's a pretty good small blind hand.
People love Jack 9.
Not off.
I'm more of a fan of 9 Jack off. Seven on the turn does make things a little more interesting for Graph Tackle.
But still of no interest. Proud flop.
And Graph Tackle, the only player to have crossed the 3 million mark other than Finton Hand for a while. Now, a lot of small to big limping going on.
Yeah, I was thinking it might be about time that Martin takes one of these low equity big blind hands and ISOs, hoping to just get a limp fold, but proud flop I don't think has any intention of doing that and is going to see him. Oh, a daddy-o!
2 pair for Martin, 1 pair for Jonathan.
And this is absolute gold for Martin here. And goes on the big side, expecting proud flop to be all over this texture. Hands like Queen 9, Queen Jack, 10 Jack, maybe even as strong as King 10. That card is going to be an action killer for Jakobsen, though. But it does give proud flop, a Broadway draw as well. And if you think your opponent is on that air soup, but when you're faced with an all-in shove, difficult to call.
Jakobsen wins that final pot. Players on break now. So we lost 2 players during the first real session. We lost 2 players during the second session. We are down to 5. Finton Hand crushing within his hand. Over 18 million in chips. We're going to bring James Hardigan back in. We'll have a little chat during the break.
Thank you very much, Joe. And yeah, that was a really weird dynamic, that last session, because it seemed to be kind of like, I don't want to say it was dull, but there wasn't any significant action. And then we had 2 back-to-back hands, which saw 2 players eliminated. Finton get this ridiculously huge chip lead and is now very much in the driving seat. And of course, he's been in the catbird seat throughout this final table. So Griffin, earlier on, and Joe, I don't know whether you were listening, but Griffin completely forgot when he made the final table of the World Series main event. We established it was 2016, not 2017. Griffin, can you remember when you won the Irish Open?
Uh, 2017.
Well done.
Yeah,
So, of
same here.
course, Finton
did
was
it.
at that final table. So I'm interested, was that your one and only experience of playing against Finton? And how much experience did you actually get through that tournament of being at his table and actually playing against him?
Well, he was much greener back then. I mean,
Is that an
metaphorically
Irish
and
joke?
literally, like he was wearing like a green suit. But he wasn't as it was a big deal for him to be at that final table, and of course, the spectacle of a man that he is, dressed the part in an all green suit, looked really great. And I guess I was there certainly at maybe the biggest final table of his career at that point, but certainly someone that was showing right then and there that was going to be around for a while and really competitive and confident in himself. And look where he is now. I mean, this is pretty incredible.
Yeah, and from what you've seen so far, and I guess over the last 5 years, having watched him play online, having worked alongside him, you see the progression from when you first met him at the Irish Open that year?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play that much with Finton. I mostly played just on the final table, and he finished, I think, around 7th, maybe 8th position, so I didn't play with him a great deal at that point. But I have seen a lot of him over the course of the streams we've done, and absolutely he's certainly improved. I talked a little bit going into this final table about, hoping to see him play with confidence, use that chip lead, and that's what you really need to do to put the pressure on these incredibly talented players, and he has just played the part with perfection. So much confidence, going after them, really taking everything he can and making it happen, and it's really impressive stuff.
Joe, you referenced a short while ago that he's looking to win his 3rd Scoop title tonight. We talked earlier on about how we saw him win his 2nd, and that was the night when I think literally the moment he pressed call and that final hand ran out, his power went. When he was living in Malta, he didn't get to see the conclusion. He didn't get to stream the conclusion of that Scoop win. I kind of hope that A, he closes this out, and B, he's able to have that moment on his stream this evening. As much as I would love his audience to come over here right now, I kind of really want that for, because it almost felt, when we spoke to him afterwards, that it was a bittersweet victory.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, you wouldn't trade it, right? You wouldn't not win it just to not have it on stream. But yeah, of course. Like, hey, the good news is that Finton, as we said, is a good poker player and becoming a better poker player every day. So he's always going to have more shots at this. But it can often feel like, oh, maybe that was my one. Maybe that was my one thing. So for him to really, hit for the cycle this time and get every last bit of the credit he deserves is something we all really want for him.
Yeah. Ferris2000 says, trust me, his audience is here too, lol. I appreciate many of you may be silently watching while obviously watching in real time. Just going to say one last time, guys, and this is a friendly PSA. If you are watching Finton's stream, and bear in mind we know he streams on a minimal delay of around 5 or 6 minutes, we're streaming on a 30-minute delay because we're showing all the players' whole cards. Please, if you know something's coming up, please don't tee it up. Don't tell us something big's about to happen. Don't say this next hand's a fun one, or don't post any spoilers. Let's just keep it a fun experience for everyone watching this objective cards up coverage of the final table. Griffin, you have earned yourself a break. Joe and I will continue to watch the action at this 5-handed final table, an event that had 283 total entries, played down to the final 9 last night, is now down to 5, Scoop 34 high, the 2K Sunday warm-up. It is a progressive knockout event. And yes, the trophy doesn't have Finton's name on it yet, but he is the firm favourite. Monster chip lead. Has already won nearly 20k in bounties and is eyeing that first prize of 47 plus. So we're still at 5,100, right? So the second biggest stack is Martin Jakobsen playing 35 big blinds. We've got Peppa Pig 17 bigs, Jonathan Proudfoot 15 bigs. So Finton can really put these guys in a lot of pain with some ICM unfriendly maneuvers.
Yeah, he hasn't really turned it on that much yet, but I don't think the situations have quite worked out for him to do it. And pocket six is the hand that did all the damage.
Yeah.
Against Amino last.
It's so funny, right? You see the small pocket pair, and it's like, oh, you've got to fade all those overcards. No, just flop 2 6s. That'll do the job. Oh, wow.
There. Yeah. Yeah, now he can really go after this stuff. He can really go after, you know, on the one hand, you'd think it's kind of counterintuitive, right? Like, you're like, oh, well, Martin's got the second biggest stack. Like, he's the one who could do the most damage. No, he's the one who has the most to lose by going out next, by not waiting out one of these shorter stacks. Proud Flop, Peppa Pig, you know, both under 2 million. It's an absolute tragedy to, you know, not that he would ever call it off with Jack 9 or Jack 8 or whatever that was, but there's much stronger hands than that are just going to have to get folded when Finton shoves with his wide range.
Yeah, with 5 players remaining, everyone's guaranteed nearly $17,000 plus the head prizes they've won over the course of this tournament. But if you can ladder up into 4th place, that's more than 22.5 grand.
Graf Teckel now second in chips after taking that one down pre-flop.
And Jonathan Proudflop remains the short stack, 14 bigs behind, having posted the big blind here. Vincent shoving on both these guys.
Kind of the first one of those we've seen, or at least the first in a while, of Finton just late position shoving. See how he handles Queen 10 suited. Same thing. Yep. All right. It's on, baby. Let's go.
I'm here for it.
Time to get shovey.
So earlier on, Griffin was asking, and I think this was when we were still 9-handed, when we played the better part of an hour without a single elimination, and Griffin was asking how long until we can start making the inevitable comparisons with the EPT Monte Carlo final table. I kind of feel that this now has that dynamic, right? Where we're 5-handed, one player has all the chips and can literally just open jam on everyone else at the table.
Yeah, Finton is not going to be. What I liked about the Monte Carlo final table is when Samoas realized he could start doing that. It was kind of like when Neo realized he could do Kung Fu in the Matrix, and he's like, oh, I have these powers. Finton already knows that, so it'll be less of a revelation for him.
Oh.
That's maybe too strong for Graf Teckel in this situation. Again, this is a sort of ICM jail you can be put in where you know you are very likely to have the best hand here, but you can't always make the call.
Oh, man. Such a horrible spot. Such a strong hand, but...
Do you really want to give up, you know, all of that? He does make the call. It's domination situation.
It's a domination rotation situation, and it holds. Jack 8 cracks Ace Jack, and that is a KO. We are down to 4 players, and Finton has moved over the 22 million mark. Finton hand has now taken, or has rather won, more than $26,000 in bounties. Congratulations to Jan Zaren's Graf Teckel, who cashes out for $17K in prize money and $12,500 in bounties.
From ICM jail to ICM death row. Second in chips. Busto in 5th.
Good game, mate, indeed. By the way, I don't know who's moderating YouTube. This Cosmin person, I want them banned. Someone deal with it. Finton open jamming with King Queen. This is going to get called. Peppa Pig in a great spot to double up here. Just has to fade that king. And does double up. Finton's still got more than 20 million.
The first time we've seen Finton not hit the card he needs, at least in a while. And a lot of playability in these hands. Jack high
eight,
flop, all
5.
clubs.
Pair of 5s is the best hand here, Joe. Finton with the lead.
I didn't even see the pair of 5s, but I was like, Finton can probably like get both these players off these hands. Really frustrating for Proud Flop, peeling with that short of a stack and whiffing this hard.
And pair of 5s, still good.
I don't know if anyone really has a hand good enough to bet into 2 opponents.
Oh, wow. Gets to the river. Finton is about to add another 840k to his stack, unless one of these 2 guys bluffs at it, but I'm not sure. Checked by Proud Flop. Checked by Jakobsen. Ship it to Finton. Such a ludicrous advantage with just 4 players remaining. Finton playing close to 21 million. Peppa Pig now the second biggest stack with 3.3 million. And Proud Flop very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone. I think King High is a shove, yeah. There are some queens that would be calls for Jonathan. That one not falling into the category for him. Pocket 7s versus Ace King suited.
Yeah, I think we know where this is going.
It's so dicey, though, with Proud Flop. Just got a few big blinds.
I just don't see how you don't, though, in Martin's position. Big blind versus button. The guy with all the chips, he's raising with any 2. 7's all in, called by Ace King. We're off to the races. 7's holding. 7's good. The king on the river. And Martin Jakobsen is KO'd in 4th place. Another bounty taken by Finton. More chips for the chip leader. He's won nearly 30 grand in head prizes now. Martin Jakobsen, by the way, cashing out for $22,500 in prize money, $4,500 in bounties. We are 3-handed, and everyone's now guaranteed 30k.
So Finton's won better than 3rd place money in bounties?
Correct. No, just shy of that.
Awesome.
Just shy of 3rd place.
But, okay, close enough.
Proud Flop here. 9s. Into Ace Queen is another race. Set of 9s. And it's good. Full house on the turn. The flush draw wasn't relevant. And Proud Flop doubles up. 16 bigs. Fewer than 16 bigs. We're now playing 61-20. I miss that the blinds had gone up.
Oh, boy. Oh, we just get a fold from the King Jack suited. Peppa Pig playing the ladder game. Just has to outlast Proud Flop to make $17,000 more and have a shot at winning Finton's massive bounty.
Yeah, of course, that is the dynamic we're looking at right now. It is a battle for who can ladder, who can get that additional 17k. Finton with 24.7 million. The other players with 2 million and 1.4 respectively. Well, this could be a confrontation between Jonathan Proudfoot and Peppa Pig. Ace-4 versus King-Queen suited.
I mean, the Ace-4 is not going all in entirely. Getting shoved on, and well, you're right. Here we go.
And Ace-High is holding. Ace-High is good. Another double up for Jonathan Proudfoot. Now it's Peppa Pig in the danger zone.
Danger zone. 5 bigs.
All in with 6s. And Ace-5. for Proud Flop in the big blind. Are the chips going to go the other way this time? 6 is holding. 6 is good. Fades the wheel draw. And yes, Peppa Pig doubles up. 15 bigs now.
This is fun. This is
Well,
fun.
it's fun for Finton. It's fun for Finton to just let these two guys trade chips while all the time you're just assuming that you're going to get to close this out sooner or later.
I mean, in many situations, King 5 is good enough to open the... Again, you're just... Oh, my goodness.
This is a domination situation, and it favors Jonathan Proudfoot. He's got ace-king. Finton Hand has ace-queen. Finton's been running pretty golden today, it has to be said, but this is a great double-up opportunity for Proud Flop. All in. Called.
Insta-call.
Ace-king is good. Proud Flop survives, 4.3 million. Peppa Pig, around $1 million. The short stack once again.
Pig in big trouble now.
Oink, oink. Coming into this final table, oh, hello. King, queen on the button, aces all in. Finton folds, Proud Flop calls. Another double up here likely. Yep, Peppa Pig survives. Coming into this final table, I did think that there might be around 5 hours of play in this. But there's a good chance that Finton can get this done inside of 3 hours, which normally I'd say is a turbo final table. Compared to what we saw last Wednesday, it's a little bit on the longer side, but even so.
Last Wednesday was nuts how quick it was.
Yeah.
It would be hard to do a shorter final table than that one. Extremely difficult. This one would have been the fastest we've seen in a while, but...
Well, should also, Joe, shouldn't tempt fate. It is still going, and all it takes is a couple of double ups, and it completely changes the dynamic.
Surrendering to Finton.
Don't want to feel that Finton is a lock yet. It's not guaranteed the win at this stage. I mean, you wouldn't bet against him, but weirder stuff has happened. Well, that's a pair of sevens. That is top pair for Finton. Just shoves on Peppa Pig, wins the pot, and we play on. 3 remaining. Ace-6 all in. King-queen suited. Proud Flop thinking about it. Proud Flop folds. I mean, it's hard to keep up with this, Joe. They're playing so fast.
I'll just say Finton shoves, the others fold.
Oh! Proud Flop flops Proud. And Finton bets, but it's the full house for Jonathan Proudfoot. Just calls. Now with a better full house.
When did you like your hand, sir? Fuller house. Nice one, Quilted Bigfoot. $120,000. Bit naughty, wasn't I, Johnny? Finton seems to be having a lot of
Mate.
fun with this, too.
Wait till you see what I had. Ha ha. It was ahead.
It was ahead.
Even if just. The Kevin Killeens? No, yeah, better than Kings. Flopped a boat.
It's funny that even the hand Finton thinks he was crushed by isn't even close to the hand that was crushing him. Like, Kings were in terrible shape
Yeah.
against Ace-8 there.
Eight 7 against 7-4. Blind v blind. Finton shoves. And Jonathan Proudfoot folds. Top pair for Peppa Pig. Bottom pair for Finton, who bets 120 to 585, gets called. And Queen's still good. Check it back, Finton.
Good job.
So Peppa Pig and Proudflop pretty much tied for second right now, just over 2 million
Ooh.
each. All in with Ace Queen, Finton with King Jack.
Good luck, Peps.
Gonna need it. This is likely to get called.
Wonder what Finton's thinking about. He's probably showboating for the stream, running around the room doing a dance or something.
There we go. Makes the call, is behind. And that is going to be a double up for Peppa Pig. Put some distance between themselves and Jonathan Proudfoot, who's got Ace-7 in the big blind. Finton with Ace-4 suited in the small blind, shoves on Proudflop.
Yeah, and with Peppa doubling, this isn't like a ICM fold, I don't think. This is a I'm way ahead of Finton's shoving range.
There's the call. And this is going to be a chop pot. You know what they say, Joe? Everyone loves a chop pot. How do we do? See, without Griffin, we can crush it. I'm not saying there's a weak link here. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's a weak link here.
I mean, it's almost as if we've done that before. 3 spades out there. Jack high is the best hand for now. Yeah, tough to call there with Jack high, huh?
Jack 4 versus Queen 7. A pair of jacks versus a pair of 7s.
Hard on the turn. Ah!
There you go. Look at him. He loves it.
I have no opinion on the river. I just knew that there's always a sweat on the turn.
Ah, not the heart, but the queen instead. So Finton gets done on the river. To be fair, Jonathan Proudfoot did have the best hand pre-flop. And it's the best hand at the end.
Chex asks, how does it chop? A guy had a better kicker. Nope. Each player is only playing their ace.
Remember, it's the
kick.
Shouldn't have to state this, but just in case you are new to poker, it's the best 5 cards from the 7 cards available. You discard the other 2. I am advised, by the way, by StatTrick that chop pot, Finton sang it on his stream as well. Good on you, Fints.
Oh.
Finton, big hand of the stream memes and a big fan of the chop pot song. Gives it 100%. Unlike other people on the roster, Sam Grafton, Lex Veldhouse, who don't embrace it.
Just too cool. Too cool. Pair of sixes. Good for now. Domination rotation.
King
Now
5
checks the
versus
player.
8-5.
Checks the person who was asking about why it was a chop pot when someone had a better kicker who says, oh yeah, I forgot. Now, it's not really something you forget. It's easily something that people get wrong or that they, didn't realize what's going on. It's not really a forget thing, though. It's something to remember. Finton is cringe.
Forget.
Oh my God, cringe is cringe. You're out of here. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
What? Speak for yourself, Joe. When I'm playing No Limit Texas Hold'em, I often forget that I only have to play 5 of the 7 cards. I sometimes, if I make a 7 card straight, I'm really angry that I don't beat everything.
Believe me, if this game was about who got it in better pre-flop, I'd be a champion.
Oh, poor old battle-weary Stapes. He wears his poker scars on his bearded face.
That's right. Well, that's what it's covering. Top pair good for Peppa. Get it.
Oh, kings for Finton.
The Kevin Collins.
Just a click from Finton, which gets called by 10-7, and a small piece on this board for Peppa Pig. Bottom pair calls that bet. Gets checked to the river. Finton with the best of it. Decides to check it back and is up to 22 million. And we have another domination situation. Ace-10 versus Ace-9, blind v blind. A raise from Finton. How does Jonathan Proudfoot respond? Just a call, and out flops Finton. Domination rotation, second pair top kicker, facing a bet of 245.
No
See if
improvement
Finton
for
slows
Finton.
down on the turn.
Wicked says you have to say oink oink when Peppa wins. Nah, no I don't. Thank you for your comment.
Also a huge assumption that Peppa Pig is going to make the comeback and close this out. This is where I lack patience and discipline. Because if I found myself in Finton's position with this huge chip lead, I don't think I have it in me to grind it out. I would just be playing over aggressive. I'd be just hoping to bust them within like an orbit, and I probably would stack off multiple times and find myself going out in third place.
These hypotheticals are always incredibly hypothetical, considering our style of play would never get us here in the first place.
Granted, but if I basically suddenly kind of was teleported into Finton's head right now, that's what would happen to his chips. I'd be like,
if you,
I'm not going to sit here and grind it out or wear these guys down. Just want to win. I want to boogie, boogie.
You're saying if you quantum leaped into his body, oh boy, you would be playing a much different style.
Yes. It will be over by now, one way or the other. Let's put it that way.
Yes, okay, fair enough. Same here, by the way. I mean, like, the only thing the only way I could mess this up is if I played through the streets, so I'm just going to be all in every hand. Like, that would be worse from a strategy perspective, for me personally. King eye flop.
Last hand. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just going to read this quick comment from Last Hand. Never been so invested in wanting a player to win. Go Finton. Must be hard for you guys to keep it objective on stream. I can't stand the guy. I want him to lose. I'm a big Jonathan Proudfoot fan.
I don't feel the need to be objective as far as like being happy for someone. I would be objective as in not rooting against someone. We're all poker fans at the same time. We're all, you know, we all know each other. We're all friends. Yeah. We can be unobjectively happy for people.
Absolutely.
IMO.
But yes, in all seriousness, would be thrilled to see Finton win his third scoop title this evening, and having been here for the second one, would love to be here for the third.
I also hope this isn't like a backhanded compliment, but I still kind of look at Finton as a bit of an underdog in some of these situations too. You know, might be just that he's somewhat
not with the
newer.
way he's been playing this evening. Yeah, I just think.
Oh
he's
no,
very
not right
much,
now.
Yeah.
I just mean in general. You know, I still, when you look at the field that Finton started, what if God in this field?
You still think of him as the kind of guy who's a little bit lost in real life, right? Always seems a little bit confused, has constant internet, electricity problems.
He's a solid punching newcomer. that too.
I mean, I have to say, we have seen a lot of Jonathan Proudfoot playing online over the course of the last 2 years. He is a very accomplished player, and you cannot discount him, whatever the chip discrepancy may be.
Win this for baby hands, says Dano Fitz. That's right. Finton with a kid on the way. Pocket four is all in. Not going to get called.
No. King deuce opening on the button. Ace 10 suited for Jonathan Proudfoot in the small blind. And this is likely to be the end of this hand.
You know, Finton's made some loose calls in situations where bounties were on the line, perfectly reasonable ones. I can't think of, like, a bad call he's made, you know, or gotten out of line or tried. Oh, boy.
Eight's all in. Ace king for proud flop. Called. Coin flip. King high flop. And that is the double up for proud flop, which means Peppa Pig is now running on vapor.
Humdrum asks, what's the final payout, chat? Chat gets paid nothing. Thank you for your question.
What do you do here? You've got 120k invested, 189k behind. You've got to fold, right, with 5-3 off?
It's really tough with 5 tray. There you go. There you go.
A domination situation. Looking good for ace-queen. That's a double up.
Is it?
Oh, it's a chop. It's a chop pot. And Joe, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Yeah, we kind of we were so good last time. The only way is down now. Oh, poor old Pepper. King 8 against 10 deuce. There's an 8 on the flop.
Early.
There's a king. Pepper's good. I can't be early. Fours into 10s. 4 on the turn. 4 on the river. Quads for Peppa Pig.
Quads.
All in with King 9 against Jacks. And obviously Finton factoring in Jonathan Proudfoot. Decides just to flat. Here we go. King high flop. Or king on the flop rather. And 2 pair. Peppa Pig doubles up again.
This is so sick. What a run. Run, Piggy, run.
All right, not so fun, says Easy with aces. Shoving
I
with
don't know
King
about
8.
I don't know about you, but if I'm going to double somebody up, I want it to be the person with 1.5 big blinds, and then the person with 3 big blinds, and then the person with 6 big blinds.
Yes. I mean, considering that Peppa Pig was down to 1.5 big blinds, I mean, can't call it a comeback yet, but this is still pretty solid work.
I mean, who wins 3 all-ins in a tournament, let alone 3 in a row?
Right? 6s against
Oh,
ace
boy.
queen. Here we go again. Flip that coin. 6 is holding. Wheel draw for Finton, but nope.
I think now we can, in fact, call it a comeback.
We can. Has more chips than Proudflop, who once again finds himself as the shortest stack. Blind 71.40 right now. King Jack shoves on 10-8. Finton hovering around the 20 million mark. This is the weirdest three-handed dynamic I've seen in a while.
I wonder how many people are watching from home right now and their kids are like going bananas because they keep hearing us say Peppa Pig and they're like, no, this is not for you.
My daughter was never a fan.
Well, James, I've met a lot of kids that are into Peppa Pig and they're not real bright.
Oh, I'm glad you said it, not me. Oh, Jack's against artisanal sourdough. Jack's still good on a queen 9-4 board. Spade draw now for
boy.
Peppa Pig.
Wow.
And the board
Finally
bricks out for
misses.
Peppa. Achilles' last stanzas. I'm just glad there is, or rather there isn't, a Paw Patrol at the table. Yeah, that's the nut low of kids' TV programs. That is the absolute bottom of the barrel.
Somehow bad children's TV and propaganda at the same time. Oh, boy.
My word. Aces against sevens. And not all in pre.
Yeah, everyone a little too deep now to be getting it in, but Peppa pulling away from Proud.
So Finton continuing to play a stack of 20 million. The other two players on around 4 million each.
What a luxurious structure. The next blind level is 8160 in 26 minutes.
Yeah, still playing 30-minute clock, even with 3 players remaining. Diamond draw for Peppa Pig here against the pair of 10s for Finton.
I knew there was no way he was, going to fade 2 flush draws in a row from Peppa. Just too hot right now.
Finton's dropped below the 20 million mark. It's a disaster. Ace-Jack versus Ace-7. Proud Flop has the Spraggy. Stick it in his eye.
Who?
Finton. Wait for it. There it is. You can't call it off with Ace-7 offsuit unless you are the man who that hand is named after. Pocket 9s for Finton in the big blind. Proud Flop has opened on the button with Ace-6.
Finton's been aggressive, but has had the hands to back it up. Not at all upset at a shove here from Proudfoot.
Lets it go.
Ain't too proud to fold.
Well, interestingly, Jonathan Proudfoot has dropped below the 2 million mark.
Yeah.
Getting to the
Approaching
point where
the
we...
10. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of feel we're in the situation now, Joe, where we have a short stack again. Sixes against King 10. How is Finton going to respond here?
Certainly too strong to fold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a virtual all-in, right? So you're either putting Proud Flop all-in or you're folding. So if you think it's too strong to fold, then the other option is triangle
I guess
time.
it's an all-in.
There we go.
There it is.
And it's a flip. And sixes hold. Inconsequential Greenstein. And Proud Flop back up to around 4 million once again.
So that's 4 all-ins in a row that Finton has lost pre-flop. Maybe the hot streak has been doused.
Pair of
This flop
jacks
certainly
versus a
speaks
pair of
to that.
kings.
Oof.
Now top pair and a flush draw for proud flop. Near enough 90% equity.
Not a lot of ways out of this one for Finton.
Vincent gets away from it on the turn. And now ace-king for proud flop. Finton opening the button with 10-9.
Free bet incoming. Quick fold.
Yeah, it's a proud flop up to nearly 5 million now and has pulled ahead of Peppa Pig, who finds themselves with ace-6, shoving small to big. Finton with queen-jack of clubs. This is borderline.
I was going to say,
Let's
this might not be good enough.
No.
Having said that, I definitely would have called.
And Master 1123 says, got a root for Peppa now. Everyone loves the chip and a chair comeback. That they do.
Any excuse for me to dust off the old catchphrase I came up with in 2017, and I am all for it.
Yeah, I mean, whichever way you go here, you got a great story. Seasoned online pro, a member of the PokerStars team, and a popular streamer, or Peppa Pig, who's had an amazing comeback and who, we should not forget, is a qualifier in this event. Satellited in for $109. Doesn't normally play these stakes. In fact, this is the highest stake MTT Peppa Pig's ever played. And Peppa's got kicker
You got a
problems here,
seasoned
by the
pro.
way.
A seasoned pro versus some seasoned cured meat. But don't forget proud flop. Still in this thing.
Oh,
Oh boy. This, I mean, this has got to be it for Peppa.
can't fold top pair here, Vincent.
No. He's got to be doing some stream showboating right now.
Finton. What's he thinking his opponent has here?
I don't know.
Oh no, don't say the internet problems are starting now. Don't say there's been a power cut in Dublin.
No.
Vincent
Wow.
folds the best hand.
Huge fold, huge spot for Peppa Pig. Look, it's easy for us, guys. We can see the hold cards, right? Big fold. Yeah, we know. We know it's a big fold. I think that's like the first legitimately, I won't say mistake, right? But the first legitimately just like wrong thing, the wrong choice for the particular situation we've seen Finton do. Now he's shipping fives over the open, which is probably going to get through.
Oh, Finton.
And I really thought we were going heads up.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Finton was confused by the raise there, but I guess that probably comes back to the fact that we're talking about someone who's never been here before. Again, not to criticize the play, but the danger is if you overanalyze it and look at it from the perspective of someone who plays like you play, then maybe you are giving them too much credit. Maybe you are thinking, well, they're only going to do that with a certain range of hands that I'm behind to.
Right. Look, I think Finton is going to be behind in that exact spot like a fair amount of the time. Like it looked wrong because Peppa didn't have it in this case. But, man, that's such a tough spot if you are actually behind. Like, let's say that Peppa did have King Jack or 2-pair, and Finton looks like a genius for folding Ace Jack in that spot. So
Yeah.
it's too easy to see the hold cards and make a judgment based on that.
Yeah, but just to be clear, Finton's opponent didn't have that hand, and he didn't look like a genius. Hearts are a major factor here. Queen 5 against 6 deuce. And yes, all the equity for Proud Flop, pair of queens, and the much better flush draw.
And in this game, you don't need a much better flush draw, just a better flush draw. Yeah, Peppa not letting go. David on YouTube calling for the heart. Wants carnage. Wants blood.
Don't get it.
No luck.
Apologies, carnage avoided on this occasion.
How many more minutes until Finton sees what he was up against in that hand? Because I'm expecting the chat box to really go nuts.
What do you mean?
Like when Finton
Oh,
sees that he was ahead there.
So it's Finton seeing our stream and reacting to it will be 30 minutes after the event, and then 6 minutes after he's seen it. So, yeah, it's coming up. Too many delays to take into account.
Yeah. I'm going to call it 28 minutes.
Well, no, it's going to be around like 2 or 3 minutes, right, from now? Because it was played out on our stream about 5 minutes ago, and he's on, what, a 6 or 7 minute delay?
It's actually making my head hurt to think about it. It'll happen when it happens.
No. It's really quite simple. He will have seen it at the point it was seen on this stream, which is live. But if you're watching his stream, you won't see him react to it for 6 minutes because he streams on a 6 minute delay.
Okay. Right. I get it now. Oh boy. Everybody with a piece of this, but Finton has what we like to call the joint.
So King, Queen, bets, Finton calls, Proud Flop folds a pair of aces.
He's not going to fold again, is he? Okay, good.
No, he's not. Okay, Finton back up to 19.5 million.
Damn. Peppa. Damn, just ships the whole thing. King 9. Oh boy. Three
King Jack
playable
versus
hands
King
again.
Jack versus Queen 10. Come on, let's have a family pot. Everyone go to the flop. Oh, Finton. Well, I think I know where this is going.
Yeah, Finton's computer monitor is going in the trash.
Joe, that was a chop pot. You know what they say? Everyone loves
Everyone
a chop
loves
pot.
a chop pot.
I mean, it started so well, and it's just getting worse with every iteration. I never thought I'd
How about
say
some
this,
constructive criticism instead of just your numbers? Who was earlier?
but I think we may need to bring Griffin back.
I don't think anyone's ever really thought that. I was 1 second early. Okay. I was late. Okay. Great. Thanks, chat. You guys are awesome. Joe is about 1 second late. Okay.
So three-handed play continues. And Finton Rivers a pair of sevens, no good against the kings of Peppa Pig, who's now up to 4.7 million, has the chip advantage over Proud Flop, who sits in third with just shy of 4 million. Approaching the break.
Man, we've had 2 eliminations every session.
Yeah. Queen 6 versus 8-3. That's a pair of sixes for Proud Flop.
DK asks, how do the payouts work here? The payouts don't work here. James and I work here. Thank you for your question.
Jack 7 gives Finton a walk. Finton's still hovering around that 20 million mark. $19.8 to be precise. And Ace-Queen versus Ace-King, a domination situation and a spot where Proud Flop could double up through Peppa Pig. Raises
Buckle
to
up,
490.
Buckaroos.
Gets shoved on, calls all in. And looking good for the double up. Oh no, that's a straight! And that will see Proud Flop KO'd on the last hand of the session. And we go to break with 2 players remaining, and when we come back from break, we will be heads up. Jonathan Proudfoot cashes out in third place for $30,000 plus 12.5 grand in head prizes. So it's Peppa Pig playing from Malta, heads up against Finton Hand for the title and the final bounty. 19.8 million for Finton, 8.5 million for Peppa Pig. Let's preview the heads-up battle with Griffin Benja, who has returned from his break. Griffin, it is Finton versus the qualifier. A very accomplished player, Jonathan Proudfoot, out in third, and Peppa Pig, someone who's satellited in for $109, mainly plays mid-stakes, has a shot at a scoop title. There is the chip advantage for Finton. Arguably, experience is on Finton's side as well, but Peppa could still do this, right?
Yeah, and you can't help but think about the opportunity that Finton Hand had with that ace-jack against Peppa Pig's ace-deuce just a few rotations earlier. Could have knocked out Peppa Pig there in third place. So, you know, a significant chip edge for Finton coming into heads up. But it's going to be interesting to see how Peppa's, you know, play style might affect, you know, Finton over the course of this heads up.
Let's talk about that hand that you just referred to, Griffin. At first, again, looking at it from the perspective of someone who can see all the whole cards, you're thinking, oh my god, I can't believe you folded the best hand. But from Finton's perspective, did it seem like a logical laydown?
So I think in scenarios like that, you know, oftentimes a strong professional player playing at the 2K buy-in level won't be seeing a 1 million chip bet there and be shoving for 3.8 with a weak ace. It'll often be, just a call there. So sometimes you're betting strong for value with a hand like ace jack where you think most of the time I have the best hand. But when you get check shoved on, you really shouldn't be faced with a hand of that nature. Oftentimes, you're betting big there for value and then intending to bet big again on the river. But once you get check shoved, you're thinking, well, wait a minute, did they just turn 2 pair here? Do I really want to, call another 3 million or whatever it was? And I think Finton made a tightish fold, maybe a small mistake, maybe against that particular player you need to call there. But, Finton hasn't really had many missteps all throughout this final table, wanted to protect that big chip lead and, made a tight fold. It happens.
So bold predictions, Joe. And actually, if you look at his track record, in the 2020 series, Finton won his first scoop title. 2021 last year won his second. 2022, is he going to go 3 years in a row, winning one title every single series?
Yeah, look, I don't want to doink Finton, but everything is in his favor right now. He's got the momentum, he's got the goodwill, he's got the experience, he's got the chip lead, he has got all of the things right now. Experience being a big one we just talked about, right? Peppa being the online qualifier. This is a real David versus Goliath battle right now, and it's pretty rare that that our boy Finton is the Goliath in the situation. So I do really like his chances.
Yeah, and let's just recap what we know about Peppa Pig. I think it's fair to say that most people watching the stream will be familiar with Finton. And just to reiterate one more time, Finton is obviously streaming this final table himself as he's grinding out this heads-up battle. So we are trying to keep this a spoiler-free zone because our delay is longer than his. Peppa Pig 88, playing from Malta, established they're a mid-stakes player. Patrick did some research earlier on and found that they have been playing a lot of satellites to get into some of the higher buy and scoop events. Satellited into this 2K for $109. Hasn't played anything above a 1K before, and their best result, and obviously they've eclipsed that now. Before this, their best result came earlier this year in the $530 Daily Supersonic, a second place finish for $3,900. And just to be clear, now that we're down to the final two, both players have locked up $47K. The difference now will be that final head prize, that final bounty. And as we know, that will be a sizable amount of money. When we go back to the final table, we'll be able to calculate that. Joe, you have earned yourself a break. Griffin and I will start to analyse this heads-up battle. There's no guarantee, Griffin, that this is going to be over quickly. And, of course, one double up, and it becomes a very, very different dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. A double up will change things drastically in the favor of Peppa Pig. I'm going to be really interested to see how this goes for Finton. I think this is a really wonderful opportunity for Finton Hand to win his third title. Having an opponent at the 2K level that is, not someone that is, you spoke about the kind of scores that this player has, not a normal kind of player you expect to play in a 2K. So I think Finton's going to be really understanding of the moment and of the opportunity, as we see already flopping better than Peppa here in the context of, a big bet and what that's going to do to Peppa Pig. Get over that 20 million mark.
Yeah. And, of course, we can now calculate what that final head prize is going to be worth because, of course, it is a case of winning your own bounty at the end as well. So it's the sums advertised on screen multiplied by 2. So let's round it up. $15,000 plus $6,500. That's $21,500 multiplied by 2. $43,000 is the final bounty up for grabs that will be won by one.
I'm getting flashbacks here, James. I don't think Finton's going to fold this ace jack. Ace jack against ace deuce again. Finton holding strong, and Peppa gives up. That's a pretty big pot there. That's effectively 3 streets of value if you include the check raises too. Oh, and Finton's sitting out. Oh, disaster! Oh, it's happening all over again, James.
No, we're not a disco.
Oh, and Peppa Pig not doing the courteous thing. And this is awful to watch. But Finton has found his way back and not gonna look kindly when he realizes that his opponent was taking advantage of that little misfortune.
Yeah,
So
I do
if you want
feel
a class
those.
poor etiquette, it's right there.
Yeah, I do feel those kind of like click the raise button as quickly as you can moments were a little bit. I mean, look, there's nothing to say you can't do that, but generally speaking, the etiquette in these situations is give your opponent a chance to get back online, right?
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate kind of, I don't want to speak too grandly about it, but just, what kind of world do you want to live in? Do you want a world where you all wait for the other person, or you all just go after the, like vultures, go after the dead money? And I think that, I think it's better to be the kind of person that will wait, and definitely going to lose some support, I think, for going after that sitting out notification.
Pair of queens now for Peppa Pig, moving ahead of Finson, although Mr. Hand still has the flush draw.
Yeah, and a 4-8 will also make the best hand, so not a card that I think Finton hates to see. I guess you could argue a fair sort of middle ground, I guess a neutral way to react with a player timed out in that situation is, waiting until it hits your time bank and not losing any of your time bank, and then raising. But just spamming the raise button just seems a little dirty.
Jack 9, Jack 3.
Shocked Frog says on Twitch, I hope this etiquette lesson makes it into a future Peppa Pig episode.
Something tells me that TV show will not make any allusions towards poker anytime soon. Oh, here we go. Chop opportunities.
Yeah, and we might get a chop simply because, with this float on the flop by Finton, might think Jack High was the best hand. So might be willing, but instead goes for a big bet, and we will not be singing that tune.
Probably a good thing for the audience.
I don't know. As soon as I got back on here, I heard that people were saying bring Griffin back in. Pretty sure they were talking about it. Did you guys have a chop before the break there?
Maybe. Don't set yourself up for a huge fail, Griffin.
Ooh, a couple of beautiful heads-up hands here.
And Vincent flops best. Pair of jacks. By the way, guys, in case you missed it, we are now heads up. Threes against 10-7.
Yeah, even just a small hand like right there with the 10-7, I think, showing the inexperience of Peppa Pig. 7-10 offsuit, heads up. You need to at least come in for a limp there, but just straight folds it. And I think that if you're folding 10-7, that means you're, folding 10-6 and, who knows what else. So I think that's it. 9-6, 8-5, 8-6, and these are the kind of hands you need to get in there when you're heads up, see some flops.
Queen 9-10-9, and it's still a domination situation in Finton's favor. Bets 203,000. Gets check raised by 10-9.
Well, yeah, you can't really justifiably play this as a check call on the turn here, and Peppa Pig didn't want to fold, so I actually prefer the aggressive action to a call, but then gives up quickly on the river, and Finton is going to vault up to nearly 22 million and slowly chipping away.
And get some useful information, because that hand went to showdown, Griffin, so you see what your opponent check-raised the turn with.
Absolutely.
And Finton opening up a stronger advantage now, 22 million playing 6 million, and keeping up the pressure, flopping top pair here. Gets a call.
Finton probably going to want to go for 2 streets here to get value from those queen X's. Any club draws, but against king 4, going to get a fold.
Oh, wow. Trip aces.
Ooh,
Diamond
and a
draw,
big
though.
card. Yeah, and Peppa might just want to bet that. And if Finton dodges a jack or a diamond, wow, 23 million. Still playing quite deep stacked here, almost 200 big blinds effective in play. Actually, exactly that.
Most of those big blinds sitting with Finton. Has opened up a bigger advantage now. 23 million playing 5 million. Peppa Pig with the pair of 7s. Gut shot for Finton. Facing a bet of 280,000. And folds. Blinds up. 80,000, 160,000.
And that is going to leave Peppa with about 35 big blinds. So we might find, you know, more likely that an all-in scenario can happen at this level if Peppa floats between, you know, 20 and 40 big blinds.
Finton with top pair. Bets. Takes it. King 6 versus King 10.
Yeah, a bit of a weird spot with King 10 suited. It's obviously a hand you think is best, but you don't want to play it as a 3-bet against this stack depth in the event that you get shoved on. So I like the call there from Finton. Did take pause about whether to reopen the action.
Jack 9 versus King 8. Nothing for either player to be excited about on this board, but the continuation bet gets the job done for Finton, continuing to drive distance between himself and Peppa Pig, who's raising the button here with ace-4. Finton with deuces.
Yeah, and the Ducks are going to go in here for those 26-ish bigs. Another great example of you know, I think the edge that Finton's going to have heads up, as we saw the quick fold on the ace-queen X board from Peppa Pig, 2 diamonds with the king of diamonds in hand, folding to the jack 9. And I think that's, you know, a good sort of microcosm of the kind of edge that Finton's going to have when Peppa Pig isn't, you know, making tough calls on the flop with high cards when you need to be
Okay,
your heads
Griffin.
up.
Okay, here's your opportunity. Yeah, don't break the headset.
This is important, okay? I have fans at home. I don't know how many Chop Pot fans you have, but I saw at least 2 when I got back.
So this is a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Ooh, might have been good, James. Oh yeah.
Okay, well,
We're
let's hope
getting
there are no more chop
a couple
pots this evening,
nines.
because I want to go out on a high.
Yeah. See what delusional confidence can bring out every once in a while? Sometimes you just nail it.
Oh, your delusions are one of your sweetest qualities, Griffin.
24 million to 4 million now. It just feels
Yeah.
inevitable. Peppa gonna need to find a double up just to get back to what we started this level at, and that was just
That's
about
true.
10 minutes ago.
Okay, ace-4 versus 5-4. Oh.
Ooh.
And Finton here looking at a pair and a wheel draw. Backdoor clubs working as well. Currently losing to the 2-pair of Peppa Pig, though.
Yeah, and anything under $1 million, I think Finton's going to have to continue with this gut shot and the pair. Even to that size, going to have to at least consider it. It's not easy to get mid-pair and a straight draw, but this does seem... Yeah, maybe...
All in. And this is not a hero call you want to make, Finton hand.
And not a very good candidate in 5-4 off with the 5 of clubs. You know, you do block any potential club draws with that one club. Backdoor spades have gotten there. I'm hoping for Finton's sake isn't thinking, oh, how cool would it be if I made an epic hero call to win this scoop event. But I think that what we've seen from Finton, he's been in enough of a zone, is capable of making this fun.
And that is the full double up for Peppa Pig, who's close to 10 million in chips now.
You know, there's still, the likelihood is still greatly in Finton's favor, but I think that if Peppa Pig is able to come back, that is an absolutely pivotal moment, and quite frankly, a mistake from Finton, just because of the edge that he's shown he has in these small ball pots with the inexperienced Peppa Pig 88. So I understand you want to make a big call. You think that he's repping so thin, but because of what's been shown, I would have preferred to maybe let him have that one.
Well, this time,
Quite a
the
loose...
low pair is good. Okay, back up over 20 million. This is kind of where we started, right? 20 plays 8?
Yeah, I mean, and maybe that's part of, to look at it the other, I guess it's sort of maybe a glass half full, half empty kind of thing, where Finton figures going to get a lot of opportunities to get the chips back if I'm wrong, and already has won some chips back.
Ace Queen versus 10-8.
50 big blinds effective. Finton should be popping this up to around 1.3 million. And I think Peppa might be inclined to call and see a flop.
Ooh, hello. Pair of 10s versus the gut shot. 2 overs to the board. Finton with 40% equity here. Now drops to 22.
Ooh,
And
very
there's
fortuitous.
the Queen.
And most likely we'll be looking for some value here from these 10x, Jack X type hands.
So a reminder that, oh, ace 9 all in here, but Finton folds the Jack 6. Both players have locked up 47k. So far, Finton's won about 30 grand in bounties. Peppa Pig's won 11,800. The final bounty they are playing for is basically double the total of the sums on screen. So that's 15k for Finton, 6.5k for Peppa Pig. So you're talking about just shy of $43,000, that final head prize.
Great candidate for aggressive action here with the 6-5 of diamonds. Going to play kind of tricky post flop.
Pair of jacks here for Finton.
And might come in for another sizable bet here and feel comfortable folding to a check raise. And as you can see, with that gut shot and the diamond, but gets there on the river.
Yeah, gets done by the diamond. Again, we're almost back to where this heads-up battle started as Peppa Pig claws their way back to nearly 8 million chips. Blind's not up for another 20 minutes, by the way.
So this is interesting to me. Peppa Pig will call the raise with 10-7, but not play it from the button. Ooh, very strong heads-up hands. And now that playing 50 big blinds deep, I think Finton may elect to go for a 3-bet strategy. Peppa might just blast it in here, and does so. And that's the only problem, is you happen to be against a hand that might shove for that many chips, but it's very, very few. So you lose that post-flop equity, but it's not really, in most range of outcomes, facing a shove there.
So again, I don't like the whole notion of kissing the trophy and announcing a winner before we've got there, Griffin, but just to run the hypothetical, if Finton were to win, that's 47 in prize money, plus 43 for the last bounty, so that's 90k, plus nearly 30 earned in other bounties. Finton could win close to $120,000 if he closed this out.
And where would that fall on his best ever scores?
Good question. Good question. I'm hoping we get the chance to speak to him, but there's still...
Wow. Okay, this might be it if Peppa's playing it as a check raise. If Finton puts more money in the pot post-flop, which I think is going to be inclined to do. I mean, this is a massive raise. But just calls, has the board too nutted, and now a bit of a scare card.
And it's good for Finton by the river. Thank you to Susan for saying that Finton won 123k in his last scoop, so this would be his second best result. Just. Very close, actually. Very close. All right. 21.5 plays just shy of 7. Ace-4 versus Ace-6, and once again Finton flops best. Domination rotation, and it's good on the river. (22 plays 6). After that double up that Peppa Pig received, Griffin, Finton's done a decent job of getting back in control of this and starting to put the wedge between them again.
Absolutely. Wow, and a great flop after raising against that limp. Peppa is in big trouble. An SPR of less than 2-1. Finton's going to be able to play this king like pretty much ace-king here, as this pot was limped. And Finton's got to think this king-9 is the best hand, that based on the action pre-flop, that ace changes nothing and goes for the value shove. Very, very aware of the relative hand strength versus this action. Peppa Pig been thrown in the cellar here. Does Peppa have a call in them the way that Finton did? But remember, Finton was wrong. Does get the fold, but now Peppa Pig 88. Just 20 big blinds, and Finton can smell his third title.
Smell it! Smell it! Sevens and
Appears
nines.
as though the chat is claiming, and we're getting a lot of Verification that Finton said 8-7 of clubs for the call during that hand. And that's the exact hand that Peppa Pig had. So that's, an impressive thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Certainly one of the likely hands 8-7 suited, but to guess the suit, what a boss. I mean, I do know that he likes green suits.
Pair of threes here for Peppa Pig. A case of domination rotation.
No incentive for Finton to really bet here.
Nope.
Queen high going to be good sometimes. Won't get a fold from any pair. Fire Medic 815 says, also called the set of threes when he had the nut straight. So Finton just in the zone today, it sounds like, over there on his stream. Thanks
Not
for
the
all
danger
the
zone.
cool tidbits.
The better zone to be in.
Sure feels like the danger zone when your opponent has almost 10 times as many chips as you.
Finton still holding on to a strong chip advantage. Has queens
This
on the
could
button
be it,
against
James.
ace-9 suited. Yes, he did satellite in Finton. As ace-9 moves all in, Finton calls with queens. Will they hold? No ace or club, and it's a clean run out, and Finton has done it. The final KO of the final table, and a win for Finton Hand, as Easy with Aces claims his third scoop title and a first prize of just shy of $120,000 when you factor in that final payout and all the bounties won. Peppa Pig 88, who satellited in for $109, cashes out for a total of $59,000. Another scoop in the books, and it's another scoop trophy for Finton Hand. Is the man with us, Finton?
Can you hear me?
Finton, congratulations.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You can, yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry, I said it 3 times. Apologies. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The last time I joined, I was being a little bit miserable because I didn't get to share the moment with my community, and obviously this time it has worked out. The internet did not go, the electricity did not go, and it feels amazing. So thank you so much for calling the action, and I don't have anything else to say other than it feels absolutely class to win another scoop. It's unbelievable.
Can you tell us
we
how
obviously-
many titles this is? I got to hear it from Finton directly. How many titles is this?
3? Did I get the TH there?
Oh, very nice.
Oh.
We were just saying, Finton, that you won your first in 2020, your second in 2021, your third in 2022. You've now basically set yourself a challenge where every single scoop you have to win a trophy.
I'm completely okay with the pressure of that. It is it's unbelievable. Like I dreamed obviously of winning one scoop 3 years ago, broke the duck, and every year now has just gone so well, and it keeps feeling better. I don't know how much better it can feel than this, but maybe it's a little bit more special because I'm at home, and in a couple of hours when I finish my last few tables, I'm going to go get to spend some time with family, which is something that I've just never got to do before. But it feels great. It feels top class, and I'm absolutely chuffed.
That's actually something I wanted to ask Finton. Is there something especially I guess gratifying about this particular event, about the way that you played, about the class of players you were playing with? Is this, does this feel like one of the biggest accomplishments you've had in poker?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm well aware that some of the players on that final table were far more accomplished, and if they had have had the stack that I had going in, they would have made my life absolute miserable. But I managed to just put some pressure on with the big stack and run well in some huge spots. Like, I'm not going to pretend that it was all skill. Like, I got very, very lucky a few times, not only just with hitting cards, but with just big coolers, and it feels great to get it done. Even with the massive chip lead, I wasn't like overly confident I was going to win. I always backed myself to give it a shot, but it just went so well. It was one of those runs that when you picture the perfect dream run that people talk about, that was it. Everything went my way pretty much from start to finish, and it was outrageous. Like I can't imagine how much those regs hate me with all the way I was hitting hands when I was just shoving and making sets. It was just silly carry on, but top class. So I'm not going to complain at all.
And
I mean,
quads.
no one ever won a poker tournament without getting lucky at least once. But also, from what we were sensing and from what we were hearing from the people watching your stream, Finton, you also were making some really solid reads. It seemed like you were very much in the zone this evening.
I think, right, so every single hand I play, I just call an opponent's hand. And I'd say 999 times out of 1,000, you don't get it. No one thinks about it. But it seems like today I just called one perfect suit and called one perfect hand. And I just looked like a genius and I was zoned in. But really, I just picked a few hands out of like narrow ranges and happened to get it perfect. But top class. Just delighted.
And obviously, we've referenced a few times what happened last year, the power failure, losing the end of the stream. And of course, it doesn't take anything away from the achievement. But I think, as you said just now, this is so much more special, though, the fact that you can actually share that with your community, share it with your audience in the moment.
Yeah, no, 100%. With the audience, with everyone that watches every day, and then just I'm going to go over to my mom's and have a cup of tea, and that's how I'm going to celebrate. And I'm also very grateful that my fiance did not go into labor because she's about 6 or 7 days away, and it could have happened during the final table, and I would have had to play it on my phone
That's
in the
the
hospital.
only way you can top it, Finton. This was a clean win. The next one, you got to have H go into labor while you're at a final table, playing from the delivery room. That's the only achievement you have yet to unlock in your disaster streams.
Yeah, I am a walking disaster, and I can see it in the comments that people are telling me my mic is making some echo. And I apologize for letting you down on that front, James. I'm very sorry. I don't know what happened.
You're
but
fine.
Thank you so much for calling
You're a
me
winner.
out, and thank you so much for always being so generous with the words that you have to say for me when I make these final tables. I know you're kind of contractually obliged to say them, but I still appreciate them.
Yeah, I mean, it's all
mean
BS. I don't mean any of it, but no, in all seriousness, Vincent, congratulations once again. And look, I hope we don't have to wait until 2023 to have this conversation again. There's still a lot of poker to be played over the next 2 weeks, so here's to number 4 in the next few days.
I'm going to give it my best. Thank you so much.
Great
Cheers.
job,
Thank you very much, Fenton. And thank you very much, Griffin, for being part of this broadcast this evening. We will see you on Wednesday for our Super High Roller stream.
Yeah, always exciting for the Super High Roller stream. Just best of the best. It's going to be very exciting.
And Joe, we're so used to covering the Sunday Million. That's what we're going to be streaming tomorrow. This one a little bit special, a $530 buy-in.
It's quite literally a special edition, I believe. So it's right in the title.
Yeah, so you can join us tomorrow at the usual time. That's 6 p.m. UK, 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time. We will have the final table of event 35M, which is indeed the 5:30 Sunday Million. We'll see you then. But for now, from Griffin Benja, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from the PokerStars Arena.